A surgical suture, also known as a stitch or stitches, is a medical device used to hold body tissues together and approximate wound edges after an injury or surgery. Application generally involves using a needle with an attached length of thread. There are numerous types of suture which differ by needle shape and size as well as thread material and characteristics. Selection of surgical suture should be determined by the characteristics and location of the wound or the specific body tissues being approximated. 1. In selecting the needle, thread, and suturing technique to use for a specific patient, a medical care provider must consider the tensile strength of the specific suture thread needed to efficiently hold the tissues together depending on the mechanical and shear forces acting on the wound as well as the thickness of the tissue being approximated. One must also consider the elasticity of the thread and ability to adapt to different tissues, as well as the memory of the thread material which lends to ease of use for the operator. Different suture characteristics lend way to differing degrees of tissue reaction and the operator must select a suture that minimizes the tissue reaction while still keeping with appropriate tensile strength. 2. Needles. A surgeon suturing a wound in a person's thumb. Historically, surgeons used reusable needles with holes, called eyes, which are supplied separate from their suture thread. Such suture must be threaded on site, as is done in embroidery sewing. The advantage of this is that any thread and needle combination is possible to suit the job at hand. Swaged, or atraumatic, needles with sutures consist of a pre-packed eyeless needle attached to a specific length of suture thread. The suture manufacturer swages the suture thread to the eyeless atraumatic needle at the factory. The chief advantage of this is that the doctor or the nurse does not have to spend time threading the suture on the needle, which may be difficult for very fine needles and sutures. Also, the suture end of a swaged needle is narrower than the needle body, eliminating drag from the thread attachment site. In eyed needles, the thread protrudes from the needle body on both sides, and at best causes drag. When passing through friable tissues, the eye needle and suture combination may thus traumatize tissues more than a swaged needle, hence the designation of the latter as atraumatic. Citation needed. There are several shapes of surgical needles. These include frowny face. Citation needed. Straight. 1/4 circle. 3/8 circle. 1/2 circle. Subtypes of this needle shape include, from larger to smaller size, CT, CT1, CT2 and CT3, 3. 5/8 circle. Compound curve. Half curved, also known as ski. Half curved at both ends of a straight segment, also known as canoe. The ski and canoe needle design allows curved needles to be straight enough to be used in laparoscopic surgery, where instruments are inserted into the abdominal cavity through narrow cannulas. Needles may also be classified by their point geometry. Examples include taper, needle body is round and tapers smoothly to a point. Cutting, needle body is triangular and has a sharpened cutting edge on the inside curve. Reverse cutting, cutting edge on the outside. Trocar point or taper cut, needle body is round and tapered, but ends in a small triangular cutting point. Blunt points for sewing friable tissues. Side cutting or spatula points, flat on top and bottom with a cutting edge along the front to one side, for eye surgery. Finally, atraumatic needles may be permanently swaged to the suture or may be designed to come off the suture with a sharp straight tug. These pop-offs are commonly used for interrupted sutures, where each suture is only passed once and then tied. Sutures can withstand different amounts of force based on their size. This is quantified by the USP needle's pull specifications. Citation needed. Materials. Micrograph of a HNE stained tissue section showing a non-absorbable multifilament surgical suture with a surrounding foreign body giant cell reaction. Further information, suture materials comparison chart. Suture material is often broken down into absorbable thread versus non-absorbable thread, which is further delineated into synthetic fibers versus natural fibers. Another important distinction among suture material is whether it is monofilament or polyfilament, braided. 2. Monofilament versus polyfilament. Monofilament fibers have less tensile strength but create less tissue trauma and are more appropriate with delicate tissues where tissue trauma can be more significant, such as small blood vessels. Polyfilament, braided, sutures are composed of multiple fibers and are generally greater in diameter with greater tensile strength. However, they tend to have greater tissue reaction and theoretically have more propensity to harbor bacteria. 1. Other properties to consider. Tensile strength, the ability of the suture to hold tissues in place without breaking. Elasticity, the ability of the suture material to adapt to changing tissues such as in cases of edema. Tissue reactivity, inflammatory response of the surrounding tissue that can cause materials to break down quicker and lose tensile strength. Non-absorbable synthetic suture have the lowest of tissue reactivity, while the absorbable natural fibers have the highest rates of tissue reactivity. 4. Knot security, the ability of the suture to maintain a knot that holds the thread in place. 2. Absorbable. Absorbable sutures are either degraded via proteolysis or hydrolysis and should not be utilized on body tissue that would require greater than 2 months of tensile strength. It is generally used internally during surgery or to avoid further procedures for individuals with low likelihood of returning for suture removal. 2. To date, the available data indicates that the objective short-term wound outcomes are equivalent for absorbable and non-absorbable sutures, and there is equipoise amongst surgeons. 5. Natural absorbable. Natural absorbable material includes plain catgut, chromic catgut and fast catgut, which are all produced from the collagen extracted from bovine intestines. They are all polyfilaments which have different degradation times ranging from 3 to 28 days. 2. This material is often used for body tissue with low mechanical or shearing force and rapid healing time. Plain gut, polyfilament. Description: maintains original strength for 7 to 10 days and full degradation occurs in 10 weeks. Advantages/disadvantages: excellent elasticity allowing for adaptation to tissue swelling. Passes through the skin with very little tissue trauma occurrence. Poor handling and high tissue reactivity causing quick loss of tensile strength. Common use: best used in rapidly healing tissues with good blood supply, i.e. mucosal tissues. 6. Chromic gut, polyfilament. Description: maintains original strength for 21 to 28 days and full degradation occurs in 16 to 18 weeks. Advantages/disadvantages: excellent elasticity allowing for adaptation to tissue swelling. Passes through the skin with very little tissue trauma occurrence. Improved handling and decreased tissue reactivity due to chromic salt coating. Common use: skin closure, face, mucosa, genitalia. 6. Fast gut, polyfilament. Description: treated with heat to further break down protein and allow for more rapid absorption in bodily tissues. Tensile strength less than a week, 3 to 5 days. 2. Advantages/disadvantages: excellent elasticity allowing for adaptation to tissue swelling. Passes through the skin with very little tissue trauma occurrence. Common use: advised for skin closure only, generally on the mucosa or face. 6. Synthetic absorbable. Synthetic absorbable material includes polyglycolic acid, polyglycolic acid, polyglycoprone, polydioxanone and polytrimethylene carbonate. Among these are monofilaments, polyfilaments and braided sutures. In general, synthetic materials will keep tensile strength for longer due to less local tissue inflammation. 2. Polyglycoprone, monofilament, monocryl, monocryl plus, Suraglide. Description: copolymer of synthetic materials. Loses tensile strength quickly, 60% lost in the first week. All strength lost within 3 weeks. 7. Advantages/disadvantages: high tensile strength, excellent elasticity, excellent cosmetic outcomes, decreased hypertrophic scarring, minimal tissue reaction, good knot security originally, however the material makes the security unreliable over time, thus it is important to keep years of material long. Common use: advised for subcutaneous and superficial tissue closure. Polyglycolic acid, polyfilament, Dexin. Description: synthetic polymer that loses all tensile strength in by 25 days. Either dyed green for visibility or undyed. Advantages/disadvantages: minimal tissue reaction, good tensile strength, good handling, but poor knot security. Common use: subcutaneous tissue. Polyglactin 910, polyfilament, Vicryl. Description: loss of all tensile strength in 28 days. Advantages/disadvantages: minimal tissue reaction, good tensile strength, good knot security. Common use: subcutaneous tissue, skin closure, avoid dyed Vicryl on face. Polyglactin 910 irradiated, polyfilament, Vicryl rapid. Description: sourced as Vicryl is with irradiation to break down material for quicker absorption. Loss of all tensile strength in 5 to 7 days. Advantages/disadvantages: minimal tissue reaction, good tensile strength, fair good handling and good knot security. Common use, scalp and facial laceration closure. Polyglycinate, monofilament, Maxin. Description, copolymer product of synthetic materials. Loses 75% of the tensile strength after 40 days. Advantages/disadvantages, minimal tissue reaction, excellent tensile strength, good handling. Common use, subcutaneous use often an alternative to PDS due to better handling and slightly superior tensile strength. Polydioxanone closures, PDS, monofilament. Description, loss of tensile strength in 36 to 53 days. Advantages/disadvantages, minimal tissue reaction, good tensile strength, but poor handling. Common use, subcutaneous with need of high tensile strength, abdominal incision closure. 6. Non-absorbable. These sutures hold greater tensile strength for longer periods of time and are not subject to degradation. They are appropriate for tissues with a high degree of mechanical or shear force, tendons, certain skin location. They also supply the operator with greater ease of use due to less thread memory. 6. Natural. Silk, polyfilament, permahand, ethicon, soft silk, Covidian. Description, surgical silk is a protein derived from silkworms that is coated to minimize friction and water absorption. Advantages/disadvantages, this material has good tensile strength, is easy to handle and has excellent knot security. However, it is rarely used internally due to its significant tissue reaction which causes loss of tensile strength over months. Common use, due to advancements in sutures, there is no longer indication for use of surgical silk. However, it is still commonly used in dentistry for mucosal surfaces, 8, or to secure surgical tubes on the body's surface. Synthetic, includes nylon, polypropylene and surgical steel, all of which are monofilaments with great tensile strength. 2. Nylon monofilaments, Dermalon, ethylene. Description, polyamide. Advantages/disadvantages, excellent tensile strength. However, poor handling and poor knot security due to high material memory. Common use, excellent for superficial skin closure due to minimal tissue reactivity. 6. It is the most commonly used skin suture due to its excellent adaptability to potentially expanding tissues. Edema. 9. Nylon polyfilaments, Neurolon, Surgilon, Supramid. Description, polyamide. Advantages/disadvantages, excellent tensile strength, increased usability, and increased knot security as compared to its monofilamentous counterpart. However, its polyfilamentous characteristics is said to increase risk of infection. Common use, soft tissue, vessel ligations and superficial skin, specifically facial lacerations. 6. Braided polyester, polyfilament, Ethibond, Dagrafil, Synthafil, Premicron, Synthafil. Description, made from polyethylene terephthalate, there are various brands and configurations of this type of suture. Many are braided, coated in silicone and dyed for visibility. Advantages/disadvantages, good handling, good knot security and high tensile strength due to low tissue reactivity. However, this suture can create more tissue trauma when passing through the skin and is more expensive than its counterparts. Common use, rare, pediatric valvular surgery. 10. Alternative to surgical steel for orthopedic surgery due to superior handling. 11. Polybutester, monofilament, Novafil. Description, a copolymer of polyester. Advantages/disadvantages, low tissue reactivity, good handling, high tensile strength that is greater than most other monofilaments, good elasticity during increasing edema. Common use, rare, tendon repairs, plastics, pull-out subcuticular stitch. 6. Surgical steel. Description, synthetic mixture of multiple alloys. Advantages/disadvantages, tensile strength is exceptional with very little tissue reactivity, thus maintaining minimal degradation over time. This suture material has very poor handling. Common use, orthopedics, sternum closure. 2. Sizes. Suture sizes are defined by the United States Pharmacopoeia, USP. Sutures were originally manufactured ranging in size from number 1 to number 6, with number 1 being the smallest. A number 4 suture would be roughly the diameter of a tennis racket string. The manufacturing techniques, derived at the beginning from the production of musical strings, did not allow thinner diameters. As the procedures improved, number 0 was added to the suture diameters, and later, thinner and thinner threads were manufactured, which were identified as number 00, #2-0 or #2/0, to number 000000, hashtag 6-0 or hashtag 6/0, citation needed. Modern sutures range from number 5, heavy braided suture for orthopedics, to hashtag 11-0, fine monofilament suture for ophthalmics. Atraumatic needles are manufactured in all shapes for most sizes. The actual diameter of thread for a given USP size differs depending on the suture material class. USP. Designation collagen. Diameter mm, synthetic absorbable. Diameter mm, non-absorbable. Diameter mm, American. Wire gauge. 11 to 00.01. 10 to 00.020.020.02. 9 to 00.030.030.03. 8 to 0.050.040.04. 7 to 00.070.050.05. 6 to 00.10.070.07. 38 to 40. 5 to 00.150.10.1. 35 to 38. 4 to 00.20.150.15. 32 to 34. 3 to 00.30.20.2. 29 to 32. 2 to 00.350.30.3. 28. 00.40.350.35. 26 to 27. 10.50.40.4. 25 to 26. 20.60.50.5. 23 to 24. 30.70.60.6. 22. 40.80.60.6. 21 to 22. 50.70.7. 20 to 21. 60.8 19 to 20. 7 18. Techniques. See also, surgical knot. A wound before and after suture closure. The closure incorporates 5 simple interrupted sutures and 1 vertical mattress suture, center, at the apex of the wound. Suturing 2 operation wounds with 11 simple stitches. Many different techniques exist. The most common is the simple interrupted stitch wink with a frown 12. It is indeed the simplest to perform and is called interrupted because the suture thread is cut between each individual stitch. The vertical and horizontal mattress stitch are also interrupted but are more complex and specialized for everting the skin and distributing tension. The running or continuous stitch is quicker but risks failing if the suture is cut in just one place. The continuous locking stitch is in some ways a more secure version. The chest drain stitch and corner stitch are variations of the horizontal mattress, citation needed. Other stitches or suturing techniques include purse string suture, a continuous, circular inverting suture which is made to secure apposition of the edges of a surgical or traumatic wound. 13, 14. Figure of 8 stitch. Subcuticular stitch. A continuous suture where the needle enters and exits the epidermis along the plane of the skin. This stitch is for approximating superficial skin edges and provides the best cosmetic result. Superficial gapping wounds may be reduced effectively by using continuous subcuticular sutures. 15. It is unclear whether subcuticular sutures can reduce the rate of surgical site infections. When compared with other suturing methods. 16. Placement. Sutures are placed by mounting a needle with attached suture into a needle holder. The needle point is pressed into the flesh, advanced along the trajectory of the needle's curve until it emerges, and pulled through. The trailing thread is then tied into a knot, usually a square knot or surgeon's knot. Ideally, sutures bring together the wound edges, without causing indenting or blanching of the skin. 17. Since the blood supply may be impeded and thus increase infection and scarring. 18. 19. Ideally, sutured skin rolls slightly outward from the wound, eversion, and the depth and width of the sutured flesh is roughly equal. 18. Placement varies based on the location. Stitching interval and spacing. Skin and other soft tissue can lengthen significantly under strain. To accommodate this lengthening, continuous stitches must have an adequate amount of slack. Jenkins' rule was the first research result in this area, showing that the then typical use of a suture length to wound length ratio of 2 to 1 increased the risk of a burst wound, and suggesting a SL/WL ratio of 4 to 1 or more in abdominal wounds. 19. 20. A later study suggested 6 to 1 as the optimal ratio in abdominal closure. 21. Layers. In contrast to single-layer suturing, Two-layer suturing generally involves suturing at a deeper level of a tissue followed by another layer of suturing at a more superficial level. For example, caesarean section can be performed with single or double-layer suturing of the uterine incision. 22. Removal. Whereas some sutures are intended to be permanent, and others in specialized cases may be kept in place for an extended period of many weeks, as a rule sutures are a short-term device to allow healing of a trauma or wound. Different parts of the body heal at different speeds. Common time to remove stitches will vary: facial wounds 3 to 5 days, scalp wounds 7 to 10 days, limbs 10 to 14 days, joints 14 days, trunk of the body 7 to 10 days. 23. Better source needed. Removal of sutures is traditionally achieved by using forceps to hold the suture thread steady and pointed scalpel blades or scissors to cut. For practical reasons, the two instruments, forceps and scissors, are available in a sterile kit. In certain countries, e.g. US, these kits are available in sterile disposable trays because of the high cost of cleaning and re-sterilization. Expansions. A pledged head suture is one that is supported by a pledget, that is, a small flat non-absorbent pad normally composed of polytetrafluoroethylene, used as buttresses under sutures when there is a possibility of sutures tearing through tissue. 24. Tissue adhesives. Topical cyanoacrylate adhesives, closely related to superglue, have been used in combination with, or as an alternative to, sutures in wound closure. The adhesive remains liquid until exposed to water or water-containing substances/tissue, after which it cures, polymerizes, and forms a bond to the underlying surface. The tissue adhesive has been shown to act as a barrier to microbial penetration as long as the adhesive film remains intact. Limitations of tissue adhesives include contraindications to use near the eyes and a mild learning curve on correct usage. They are also unsuitable for oozing or potentially contaminated wounds. Citation needed. In surgical incisions it does not work as well as sutures as the wounds often break open. 25. Cyanoacrylate is the generic name for cyanoacrylate-based fast-acting glues such as methyl-2-cyanoacrylate, ethyl-2-cyanoacrylate, commonly sold under trade names like superglue and crazy glue, and N-butyl cyanoacrylate. Skin glues like Indermel and Histoacryl were the first medical-grade tissue adhesives to be used, and these are composed of N-butyl cyanoacrylate. These worked well but had the disadvantage of having to be stored in the refrigerator, were exothermic so they stung the patient, and the bond was brittle. Nowadays, the longer-chain polymer, 2-octyl cyanoacrylate, is the preferred medical-grade glue. It is available under various trade names, such as Leaky Band, Sigiseal, Fluoroseal, and Dermabond. These have the advantages of being more flexible, making a stronger bond, and being easier to use. The longer side chain types, for example octyl and butyl forms, also reduce tissue reaction. History. Sewing wound after herniatomy, 1559. Old refillable surgical thread supplier, middle of 20th century. Through many millennia, various suture materials were used or proposed. Needles were made of bone or metals such as silver, copper, and aluminium bronze wire. Sutures were made of plant materials, flax, hemp and cotton, or animal material, hair, tendons, arteries, muscle strips and nerves, silk, and catgut. Citation needed. The earliest reports of surgical suture date to 3000 BC in ancient Egypt, and the oldest known suture is in a mummy from 1100 BC. A detailed description of a wound suture and the suture materials used in it is by the Indian sage and physician Sushruta, written in 500 BC. 26. The Greek father of medicine, Hippocrates, described suture techniques, as did the later Roman Aulus Cornelius Celsus. The 2nd century Roman physician Galen described sutures made of surgical gut or catgut. 27. In the 10th century, the catgut suture along with the surgery needle were used in operations by Abulcasis. 28. 29. The gut suture was similar to that of strings for violins, guitars, and tennis rackets, and it involved harvesting sheep or cow intestines. Catgut sometimes led to infection due to a lack of disinfection and sterilization of the material. 30. Joseph Lister endorsed the routine sterilization of all suture threads. He first attempted sterilization with the 1860s carbolic catgut, and chromic catgut followed 2 decades later. Sterile catgut was finally achieved in 1906 with iodine treatment. The next great leap came in the 20th century. The chemical industry drove production of the first synthetic thread in the early 1930s, which exploded into production of numerous absorbable and non-absorbable synthetics. The first synthetic absorbable was based on polyvinyl alcohol in 1931. Polyesters were developed in the 1950s, and later the process of radiation sterilization was established for catgut and polyester. Polyglycolic acid was discovered in the 1960s and implemented in the 1970s. Today, most sutures are made of synthetic polymer fibers. Silk and, rarely, gut sutures are the only materials still in use from ancient times. In fact, gut sutures have been banned in Europe and Japan owing to concerns regarding bovine spongiform encephalopathy. Silk suture is still used today, mainly to secure surgical drains. 31. See also. Alexis Carrel, French surgeon and biologist, 1873 to 1944. Barbed suture, type of knotless surgical suture. Butterfly closure, small self-adhesive medical dressing. Cheese wiring, cutting of tissue by a taut element. Chitin, long-chain polymer of a N-acetylglucosamine. Cyanoacrylate, type of fast-acting adhesive. Knot, method of fastening or securing linear materials. Ligature, piece of thread, suture, tied around an anatomical structure. Outline of medicine, overview of and topical guide to medicine. Sewing, craft of fastening or attaching objects using stitches made with a needle and thread. Surgical staple, staples used in surgery in place of sutures. Wound closure strip, porous surgical tape used for closing small wounds. Cell biology, also cellular biology or cytology, is a branch of biology that studies the structure, function, and behavior of cells. 1, 2. All living organisms are made of cells. A cell is the basic unit of life that is responsible for the living and functioning of organisms. 3. Cell biology is the study of the structural and functional units of cells. Cell biology encompasses both prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells and has many subtopics which may include the study of cell metabolism, cell communication, cell cycle, biochemistry, and cell composition. The study of cells is performed using several microscopy techniques, cell culture, and cell fractionation. These have allowed for and are currently being used for discoveries and research pertaining to how cells function, ultimately giving insight into understanding larger organisms. Knowing the components of cells and how cells work is fundamental to all biological sciences while also being essential for research in biomedical fields such as cancer and other diseases. Research in cell biology is interconnected to other fields such as genetics, molecular biology, medical microbiology, immunology, and cytochemistry. History. Cells were first seen in 17th century Europe with the invention of the compound microscope. In 1665, Robert Hooke referred to the building blocks of all living organisms as cells, published in Micrographia, after looking at a piece of cork and observing a cell-like structure wink with a frown. 4, 5. However, the cells were dead. They gave no indication to the actual overall components of a cell. A few years later, in 1674, Anton van Leeuwenhoek was the first to analyze live cells in his examination of algae. All of this preceded the cell theory, which states that all living things are made up of cells and that cells are organisms' functional and structural units. This was ultimately concluded by plant scientist Matthias Schleiden, 5, and animal scientist Theodor Schwann in 1838, who viewed live cells in plant and animal tissue, respectively. 3. 19 years later, Rudolf Virchow further contributed to the cell theory, adding that all cells come from the division of pre-existing cells. 3. Viruses are not considered in cell biology. They lack the characteristics of a living cell and instead are studied in the microbiology subclass of virology. 6. Techniques. Cell biology research looks at different ways to culture and manipulate cells outside of a living body to further research in human anatomy and physiology, and to derive medications. The techniques by which cells are studied have evolved. Due to advancements in microscopy, techniques and technology have allowed scientists to hold a better understanding of the structure and function of cells. Many techniques commonly used to study cell biology are listed below. Phase 7. Cell culture utilizes rapidly growing cells on media which allows for a large amount of a specific cell type and an efficient way to study cells. 8. Cell culture is one of the major tools used in cellular and molecular biology, providing excellent model systems for studying the normal physiology and biochemistry of cells, example, metabolic studies, aging, the effects of drugs and toxic compounds on the cells, and mutagenesis and carcinogenesis. It is also used in drug screening and development, and large-scale manufacturing of biological compounds, example, vaccines, therapeutic proteins. Fluorescence microscopy, fluorescent markers such as GFP, are used to label a specific component of the cell. Afterwards, a certain light wavelength is used to excite the fluorescent marker, which can then be visualized. 8. Phase contrast microscopy uses the optical aspect of light to represent the solid, liquid, and gas phase changes as brightness differences. 8. Confocal microscopy combines fluorescence microscopy with imaging by focusing light and snap-shooting instances to form a 3D image. 8. Transmission electron microscopy involves metal staining and the passing of electrons through the cells, which will be deflected upon interaction with metal. This ultimately forms an image of the components being studied. 8. Cytometry. The cells are placed in the machine, which uses a beam to scatter the cells based on different aspects and can therefore separate them based on size and content. Cells may also be tagged with GFP fluorescence and can be separated that way as well. 9. Cell fractionation. This process requires breaking up the cell using high temperature or sonification followed by centrifugation to separate the parts of the cell, allowing for them to be studied separately. 8. Cell types. Main article, Cell types. A drawing of a prokaryotic cell. There are two fundamental classifications of cells, prokaryotic and eukaryotic. Prokaryotic cells are distinguished from eukaryotic cells by the absence of a cell nucleus or other membrane-bound organelle. 10. Prokaryotic cells are much smaller than eukaryotic cells, making them the smallest form of life. 11. Prokaryotic cells include bacteria and archaea, and lack an enclosed cell nucleus. Eukaryotic cells are found in plants, animals, fungi, and protists. They range from 10 to 100 micrometers in diameter, and their DNA is contained within a membrane-bound nucleus. Eukaryotes are organisms containing eukaryotic cells. The four eukaryotic kingdoms are Animalia, Plantae, Fungi, and Protista. 12. They both reproduce through binary fission. Bacteria, the most prominent type, have several different shapes, although most are spherical or rod-shaped. Bacteria can be classed as either gram-positive or gram-negative depending on the cell wall composition. Gram-positive bacteria have a thicker peptidoglycan layer than gram-negative bacteria. Bacterial structural features include a flagellum that helps the cell to move. 13. Ribosomes for the translation of RNA to protein. 13. And a nucleoid that holds all the genetic material in a circular structure. 13. There are many processes that occur in prokaryotic cells that allow them to survive. In prokaryotes, mRNA synthesis is initiated at a promoter sequence on the DNA template comprising two consensus sequences that recruit RNA polymerase. The prokaryotic polymerase consists of a core enzyme of 4 protein subunits and a sigma protein that assists only with initiation. For instance, in a process termed conjugation, the fertility factor allows the bacteria to possess a pilus which allows it to transmit DNA to another bacteria which lacks the F factor, permitting the transmittance of resistance, allowing it to survive in certain environments. 14. Structure and function. Structure of eukaryotic cells. Main article, Eukaryote. A diagram of an animal cell. Eukaryotic cells are composed of the following organelles. Nucleus. The nucleus of the cell functions as the genome and genetic information storage for the cell, containing all the DNA organized in the form of chromosomes. It is surrounded by a nuclear envelope, which includes nuclear pores allowing for the transportation of proteins between the inside and outside of the nucleus. 15. This is also the site for replication of DNA as well as transcription of DNA to RNA. Afterwards, the RNA is modified and transported out to the cytosol to be translated to protein. 16. Nucleolus. This structure is within the nucleus, usually dense and spherical in shape. It is the site of ribosomal RNA, rRNA, synthesis, which is needed for ribosomal assembly. Endoplasmic reticulum, This functions to synthesize, store, and secrete proteins to the Golgi apparatus. 17. Structurally, the endoplasmic reticulum is a network of membranes found throughout the cell and connected to the nucleus. The membranes are slightly different from cell to cell, and a cell's function determines the size and structure of the ER. 18. Mitochondria, commonly known as the powerhouse of the cell, is a double membrane-bound cell organelle. 19. This functions for the production of energy or ADP within the cell. Specifically, this is the place where the Krebs cycle or TCA cycle for the production of NADH and FADH occurs. Afterwards, these products are used within the electron transport chain, ETC, and oxidative phosphorylation for the final production of ADP, 20. Golgi apparatus, this functions to further process, package, and secrete the proteins to their destination. The proteins contain a signal sequence that allows the Golgi apparatus to recognize and direct it to the correct place. Golgi apparatus also produce glycoproteins and glycolipids. 21. Lysosome, the lysosome functions to degrade material brought in from the outside of the cell or old organelles. This contains many acid hydrolases, proteases, nucleases, and lipases, which break down the various molecules. Autophagy is the process of degradation through lysosomes which occurs when a vesicle buds off from the ER and engulfs the material, then attaches and fuses with the lysosome to allow the material to be degraded. 22. Ribosomes, functions to translate RNA to protein. It serves as a site of protein synthesis. 23. Cytoskeleton, cytoskeleton is a structure that helps to maintain the shape and general organization of the cytoplasm. It anchors organelles within the cells and makes up the structure and stability of the cell. The cytoskeleton is composed of three principal types of protein filaments, actin filaments, intermediate filaments, and microtubules, which are held together and linked to subcellular organelles and the plasma membrane by a variety of accessory proteins. 24. Cell membrane. The cell membrane can be described as a phospholipid bilayer and is also consisted of lipids and proteins. 13. Because the inside of the bilayer is hydrophobic and in order for molecules to participate in reactions within the cell, they need to be able to cross this membrane layer to get into the cell via osmotic pressure, diffusion, concentration gradients, and membrane channels. 25. Centrioles, function to produce spindle fibers which are used to separate chromosomes during cell division. Eukaryotic cells may also be composed of the following molecular components. Chromatin, this makes up chromosomes and is a mixture of DNA with various proteins. Cilia, they help to propel substances and can also be used for sensory purposes. 26. Cell metabolism. Cell metabolism is necessary for the production of energy for the cell and therefore its survival and includes many pathways and also sustaining the main cell organelles such as the nucleus, the mitochondria, the cell membrane etc. For cellular respiration, once glucose is available, glycolysis occurs within the cytosol of the cell to produce pyruvate. Pyruvate undergoes decarboxylation using the multi-enzyme complex to form acetyl-CoA which can readily be used in the TCA cycle to produce NADH and FADH2. These products are involved in the electron transport chain to ultimately form a proton gradient across the inner mitochondrial membrane. This gradient can then drive the production of ADP and H2O during oxidative phosphorylation. 27. Metabolism in plant cells includes photosynthesis, which is simply the exact opposite of respiration as it ultimately produces molecules of glucose. Cell signaling. Further information, cell signaling. Cell signaling or cell communication is important for cell regulation and for cells to process information from the environment and respond accordingly. Signaling can occur through direct cell contact or endocrine, paracrine, and autocrine signaling. Direct cell-cell contact is when a receptor on a cell binds a molecule that is attached to the membrane of another cell. Endocrine signaling occurs through molecules secreted into the bloodstream. Paracrine signaling uses molecules diffusing between two cells to communicate. Autocrine is a cell sending a signal to itself by secreting a molecule that binds to a receptor on its surface. Forms of communication can be through ion channels, can be of different types such as voltage or ligand-gated ion channels. They allow for the outflow and inflow of molecules and ions. G-protein coupled receptor, GPCR, is widely recognized to contain 7 transmembrane domains. The ligand binds on the extracellular domain and once the ligand binds, this signals a guanine exchange factor to convert GDP to GTP and activate the G-alpha subunit. G-alpha can target other proteins such as adenyl cyclase or phospholipase C, which ultimately produce secondary messengers such as CAMP, IP3, DAG, and calcium. These secondary messengers function to amplify signals and can target ion channels or other enzymes. One example for amplification of a signal is CAMP binding to and activating pKa by removing the regulatory subunits and releasing the catalytic subunit. The catalytic subunit has a nuclear localization sequence which prompts it to go into the nucleus and phosphorylate other proteins to either repress or activate gene activity. 27. Receptor tyrosine kinases bind growth factors, further promoting the tyrosine on the intracellular portion of the protein to cross-phosphorylate. The phosphorylated tyrosine becomes a landing pad for proteins containing an SH2 domain, allowing for the activation of RAS and the involvement of the MAP kinase pathway. 28. Growth and development. Eukaryotic cell cycle. Main article, Cell cycle. The process of cell division in the animal cell cycle. Cells are the foundation of all organisms and are the fundamental units of life. The growth and development of cells are essential for the maintenance of the host and survival of the organism. For this process, the cell goes through the steps of the cell cycle and development, which involves cell growth, DNA replication, cell division, regeneration, and cell death. The cell cycle is divided into 4 distinct phases: G1, S, G2, and M. The G phase, which is the cell growth phase, makes up approximately 95% of the cycle. The proliferation of cells is instigated by progenitors. All cells start out in an identical form and can essentially become any type of cells. Cell signaling such as induction can influence nearby cells to determine the type of cell it will become. Moreover, this allows cells of the same type to aggregate and form tissues, then organs, and ultimately systems. The G1, G2, and S phase, DNA replication, damage and repair, are considered to be the interphase portion of the cycle, while the M phase, mitosis, is the cell division portion of the cycle. Mitosis is composed of many stages which include prophase, metaphase, anaphase, telophase, and cytokinesis, respectively. The ultimate result of mitosis is the formation of 2 identical daughter cells. The cell cycle is regulated in cell cycle checkpoints by a series of signaling factors and complexes such as cyclins, cyclin-dependent kinase, and p53. When the cell has completed its growth process and if it is found to be damaged or altered, it undergoes cell death, either by apoptosis or necrosis, to eliminate the threat it can cause to the organism's survival. 29. Cell mortality, cell lineage immortality. The ancestry of each present-day cell presumably traces back, in an unbroken lineage for over 3 billion years to the origin of life. It is not actually cells that are immortal but multigenerational cell lineages. 30. The immortality of a cell lineage depends on the maintenance of cell division potential. This potential may be lost in any particular lineage because of cell damage, terminal differentiation as occurs in nerve cells, or programmed cell death, apoptosis, during development. Maintenance of cell division potential over successive generations depends on the avoidance and the accurate repair of cellular damage, particularly DNA damage. In sexual organisms, continuity of the germline depends on the effectiveness of processes for avoiding DNA damage and repairing those DNA damages that do occur. Sexual processes in eukaryotes, as well as in prokaryotes, provide an opportunity for effective repair of DNA damages in the germline by homologous recombination. 31. Cell cycle phases. The cell cycle is a 4-stage process that a cell goes through as it develops and divides. It includes GAP1, G1, synthesis, S, GAP2, G2, and mitosis, M. The cell either restarts the cycle from G1 or leaves the cycle through G0 after completing the cycle. The cell can progress from G0 through terminal differentiation. The interphase refers to the phases of the cell cycle that occur between one mitosis and the next, and includes G1, S, and G2. G1 phase. The size of the cell grows. The contents of cells are replicated. S phase. Replication of DNA. The cell replicates each of the 46 chromosomes, 23 pairs. G2 phase. The cell multiplies. In preparation for cell division, organelles and proteins form. M phase. After mitosis, cytokinesis occurs, cell separation. Formation of 2 daughter cells that are identical. G0 phase. These cells leave G1 and enter G0, a resting stage. A cell in G0 is doing its job without actively preparing to divide. 32. Pathology. Main article, Cytopathology. The scientific branch that studies and diagnoses diseases on the cellular level is called cytopathology. Cytopathology is generally used on samples of free cells or tissue fragments, in contrast to the pathology branch of histopathology, which studies whole tissues. Cytopathology is commonly used to investigate diseases involving a wide range of body sites, often to aid in the diagnosis of cancer, but also in the diagnosis of some infectious diseases and other inflammatory conditions. For example, a common application of cytopathology is the Pap smear, a screening test used to detect cervical cancer and precancerous cervical lesions that may lead to cervical cancer. 33. Cell cycle checkpoints and DNA damage repair system. The cell cycle is composed of a number of well-ordered, consecutive stages that result in cellular division. The fact that cells do not begin the next stage until the last one is finished is a significant element of cell cycle regulation. Cell cycle checkpoints are characteristics that constitute an excellent monitoring strategy for accurate cell cycle and divisions. CDKs, associated cyclin counterparts, protein kinases, and phosphatases regulate cell growth and division from one stage to another. 34. The cell cycle is controlled by the temporal activation of CDKs, which is governed by cyclin partner interaction, phosphorylation by particular protein kinases, and dephosphorylation by CDC25 family phosphatases. In response to DNA damage, a cell's DNA repair reaction is a cascade of signaling pathways that leads to checkpoint engagement, regulates the repairing mechanism in DNA, cell cycle alterations, and apoptosis. Numerous biochemical structures, as well as processes that detect damage in DNA, are ATM and ATR, which induce the DNA repair checkpoints. 35. The cell cycle is a sequence of activities in which cell organelles are duplicated and subsequently separated into daughter cells with precision. There are major events that happen during a cell cycle. The processes that happen in the cell cycle include cell development, replication, and segregation of chromosomes. The cell cycle checkpoints are surveillance systems that keep track of the cell cycle's integrity, accuracy, and chronology. Each checkpoint serves as an alternative cell cycle endpoint, wherein the cell's parameters are examined, and only when desirable characteristics are fulfilled does the cell cycle advance through the distinct steps. The cell cycle's goal is to precisely copy each organism's DNA and afterwards equally split the cell and its components between the two new cells. 4 main stages occur in the eukaryotes. In G1, the cell is usually active and continues to grow rapidly, while in G2, the cell growth continues while protein molecules become ready for separation. These are not dormant times, they are when cells gain mass, integrate growth factor receptors, establish a replicated genome, and prepare for chromosome segregation. DNA replication is restricted to a separate synthesis in eukaryotes, which is also known as the S phase. During mitosis, which is also known as the M phase, the segregation of the chromosomes occur. 36. DNA, like every other molecule, is capable of undergoing a wide range of chemical reactions. Modifications in DNA's sequence, on the other hand, have a considerably bigger impact than modifications in other cellular constituents like RNAs or proteins because DNA acts as a permanent copy of the cell genome. When erroneous nucleotides are incorporated during DNA replication, mutations can occur. The majority of DNA damage is fixed by removing the defective bases and then resynthesizing the excised area. On the other hand, some DNA lesions can be mended by reversing the damage, which may be a more effective method of coping with common types of DNA damage. Only a few forms of DNA damage are mended in this fashion, including pyrimidine dimers caused by ultraviolet, UV, light changed by the insertion of methyl or ethyl groups at the purine ring's O6 position. 37. Mitochondrial membrane dynamics. Mitochondria are commonly referred to as the cell's powerhouses because of their capacity to effectively produce ATP, which is essential to maintain cellular homeostasis and metabolism. Moreover, researchers have gained a better knowledge of mitochondria's significance in cell biology because of the discovery of cell signaling pathways by mitochondria, which are crucial platforms for cell function regulation such as apoptosis. Its physiological adaptability is strongly linked to the cell mitochondrial channel's ongoing reconfiguration through a range of mechanisms known as mitochondrial membrane dynamics, which include endomembrane fusion and fragmentation, separation, as well as ultrastructural membrane remodeling. As a result, mitochondrial dynamics regulate and frequently choreograph not only metabolic but also complicated cell signaling processes such as cell pluripotent stem cells, proliferation, maturation, aging, and mortality. Mutually, post-translational alterations of mitochondrial apparatus and the development of transmembrane contact sites among mitochondria and other structures, which both have the potential to link signals from diverse routes that affect mitochondrial membrane dynamics substantially. 36. Mitochondria are wrapped by two membranes, an inner mitochondrial membrane, IMM, and an outer mitochondrial membrane, OMM, each with a distinctive function and structure, which parallels their dual role as cellular powerhouses and signaling organelles. The inner mitochondrial membrane divides the mitochondrial lumen into two parts, the inner border membrane, which runs parallel to the OMM, and the cristae, which are deeply twisted, multinucleated invaginations that give room for surface area enlargement and house the mitochondrial respiration apparatus. The outer mitochondrial membrane, on the other hand, is soft and permeable. It, therefore, acts as a foundation for cell signaling pathways to congregate, be deciphered, and be transported into mitochondria. Furthermore, the OMM connects to other cellular organelles, such as the endoplasmic reticulum, lysosomes, endosomes, and the plasma membrane. Mitochondria play a wide range of roles in cell biology, which is reflected in their morphological diversity. Ever since the beginning of the mitochondrial study, it has been well documented that mitochondria can have a variety of forms, with both their general and ultrastructural morphology varying greatly among cells, during the cell cycle, and in response to metabolic or cellular cues. Mitochondria can exist as independent organelles or as part of larger systems. They can also be unequally distributed in the cytosol through regulated mitochondrial transport and placement to meet the cell's localized energy requirements. Mitochondrial dynamics refers to the adaptive and variable aspect of mitochondria, including their shape and subcellular distribution. 36. Autophagy is a self-degradative mechanism that regulates energy sources during growth and reaction to dietary stress. Autophagy also cleans up after itself, clearing aggregated proteins, cleaning damaged structures including mitochondria and endoplasmic reticulum, and eradicating intracellular infections. Additionally, autophagy has antiviral and antibacterial roles within the cell, and it is involved at the beginning of distinctive and adaptive immune responses to viral and bacterial contamination. Some viruses include virulence proteins that prevent autophagy, while others utilize autophagy elements for intracellular development or cellular splitting. 38. Macroautophagy, microautophagy, and chaperone-mediated autophagy are the three basic types of autophagy. When macroautophagy is triggered, an exclusion membrane incorporates a section of the cytoplasm, generating the autophagosome, a distinctive double-membraned organelle. The autophagosome then joins the lysosome to create an autolysosome, with lysosomal enzymes degrading the components. In microautophagy, the lysosome or vacuole engulfs a piece of the cytoplasm by invaginating or protruding the lysosomal membrane to enclose the cytosol or organelles. The chaperone-mediated autophagy, CMA, protein quality assurance by digesting oxidized and altered proteins under stressful circumstances and supplying amino acids through protein denaturation. 39. Autophagy is the primary intrinsic degradative system for peptides, fats, carbohydrates, and other cellular structures. In both physiologic and stressful situations, this cellular progression is vital for upholding the correct cellular balance. Autophagy instability leads to a variety of illness symptoms, including inflammation, biochemical disturbances, aging, and neurodegenerative, due to its involvement in controlling cell integrity. The modification of the autophagy lysosomal networks is a typical hallmark of many neurological and muscular illnesses. As a result, autophagy has been identified as a potential strategy for the prevention and treatment of various disorders. Many of these disorders are prevented or improved by consuming polyphenol in the meal. As a result, natural compounds with the ability to modify the autophagy mechanism are seen as a potential therapeutic option. 40. The creation of the double membrane, phagophore, which would be known as nucleation, is the first step in macroautophagy. The phagophore approach indicates dysregulated polypeptides or defective organelles that come from the cell membrane, Golgi apparatus, endoplasmic reticulum, and mitochondria. With the conclusion of the autophagocyte, the phagophore's enlargement comes to an end. The autophagosome combines with the lysosomal vesicles to formulate an autolysosome that degrades the encapsulated substances, referred to as phagocytosis. 41. Notable cell biologists: Jean-Baptiste Carnoy, Peter Agra, Gunter Blobel, Robert Brown, Jeffrey M. Cooper, Christian de Duva, Henri de Trochet. Robert Hooke, H. Robert Horvitz, Mark Kirschner, Anton van Leeuwenhoek, Ira Melman, Peter D. Mitchell, Rudolf Virchow, Paul Nurse, George Emil Pilati, Keith R. Porter, Ray Rappaport, Michael Swan, Roger Chun, Edmund Beecher Wilson, Kenneth R. Miller, Matthias Jacob Schleiden, Theodore Schwann, Yoshinori Osumi, Jan Evangelista Perkine. Czech anatomist Jan Evangelista Perkine is best known for his 1837 discovery of Purkinje cells. Czech anatomist Jan Evangelista Perkine is best known for his 1837 discovery of Purkinje cells. Theodore Schwann, discoverer of the Schwann cell. Theodore Schwann, discoverer of the Schwann cell. Yoshinori Osumi, Nobel Prize winner for work on autophagy. Yoshinori Osumi, Nobel Prize winner for work on autophagy. See also: Icon Biology Portal, Icon Science Portal, the American Society for Cell Biology, Cell Biophysics, Cell Disruption, Cell Physiology, Cellular Adaptation, Cellular Microbiology, Institute of Molecular and Cell Biology, Disambiguation, Myomitosis, Organoid, Outline of Cell Biology, Notes. Molecular medicine is a broad field where physical, chemical, biological, bioinformatics and medical techniques are used to describe molecular structures and mechanisms, identify fundamental molecular and genetic errors of disease, and to develop molecular interventions to correct them. 1. The molecular medicine perspective emphasizes cellular and molecular phenomena and interventions rather than the previous conceptual and observational focus on patients and their organs. 2. History. In November 1949, with the seminal paper, Sickle Cell Anemia, a Molecular Disease, 3, in Science magazine, Linus Pauling, Harvey Atano and their collaborators laid the groundwork for establishing the field of molecular medicine. 4. In 1956, Roger J. Williams wrote Biochemical Individuality. 5. A prescient book about genetics, prevention and treatment of disease on a molecular basis, and nutrition, which is now variously referred to as individualized medicine. 6. And orthomolecular medicine. 7. Another paper in Science by Pauling in 1968. 8. Introduced and defined this view of molecular medicine that focuses on natural and nutritional substances used for treatment and prevention. Published research and progress was slow until the 1970s biological revolution that introduced many new techniques and commercial applications. 9. Molecular surgery. Some researchers separate molecular surgery as a compartment of molecular medicine. 10. Education. Molecular medicine is a new scientific discipline in European universities. 11. Combining contemporary medical studies with the field of biochemistry, it offers a bridge between the two subjects. At present only a handful of universities offer the course to undergraduates. With a degree in this discipline, the graduate is able to pursue a career in medical sciences, scientific research, laboratory work, and postgraduate medical degrees. Subjects. Core subjects are similar to biochemistry courses and typically include gene expression, research methods, proteins, cancer research, immunology, biotechnology, and many more. In some universities, molecular medicine is combined with another discipline such as chemistry, functioning as an additional study to enrich the undergraduate program. See also: metabolomics, molecular biology, molecular diagnostics, molecular medicine, journal, molecular pathological epidemiology, molecular pathology. Citations. Traditional medicine, also known as indigenous medicine or folk medicine, comprises medical aspects of traditional knowledge that developed over generations within the folk beliefs of various societies, including indigenous peoples, before the era of modern medicine. The World Health Organization, WHO, defines traditional medicine as the sum total of the knowledge, skills, and practices based on the theories, beliefs, and experiences indigenous to different cultures, whether explicable or not, used in the maintenance of health as well as in the prevention, diagnosis, improvement or treatment of physical and mental illness. 1. Traditional medicine is often contrasted with scientific medicine. In some Asian and African countries, up to 80% of the population relies on traditional medicine for their primary health care needs. When adopted outside its traditional culture, traditional medicine is often considered a form of alternative medicine. 1. Practices known as traditional medicines include traditional European medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, traditional Korean medicine, traditional African medicine, Ayurveda, Siddha medicine, Unani, ancient Iranian medicine, traditional Iranian medicine, medieval Islamic medicine, Muti, and Ifa. Scientific disciplines that study traditional medicine include herbalism, ethnomedicine, ethnobotany, and medical anthropology. The WHO notes, however, that inappropriate use of traditional medicines or practices can have negative or dangerous effects and that further research is needed to ascertain the efficacy and safety of such practices and medicinal plants used by traditional medicine systems. 1. Its Traditional Medicine Strategy 2014-2023 said that the WHO would support member states in developing proactive policies and implementing action plans that will strengthen the role traditional medicine plays in keeping populations healthy. 2. Usage and History. Classical History. Further information, Medicine in Ancient Greece and Medicine in Ancient Rome. In the written record, the study of herbs dates back 5,000 years to the ancient Sumerians, who described well-established medicinal uses for plants. In ancient Egyptian medicine, the Ebers Papyrus from c. 1552 BC records a list of folk remedies and magical medical practices. 3. The Old Testament also mentions herb use and cultivation in regards to kashrut. Many herbs and minerals used in Ayurveda were described by ancient Indian herbalists such as Charaka and Sushruta during the first millennium BC. 4. The first Chinese herbal book was the Shenong Benchao Jing, compiled during the Han Dynasty but dating back to a much earlier date, which was later augmented as the Yaoxingluan, Treatise on the Nature of Medicinal Herbs, during the Tang Dynasty. Early recognized Greek compilers of existing and current herbal knowledge include Pythagoras and his followers, Hippocrates, Aristotle, Theophrastus, Dioscorides and Galen. Roman sources included Pliny the Elder's Natural History and Celsus's De Medicina. 5. Pedanius Dioscorides drew on and corrected earlier authors for his De Materia Medica, adding much new material. The work was translated into several languages, and Turkish, Arabic and Hebrew names were added to it over the centuries. 6. Latin manuscripts of De Materia Medica were combined with a Latin herbal by Apuleius Platonicus, Herbarium Apulei Platonici, and were incorporated into the Anglo-Saxon Codex. Cotton Vitellius c.3. These early Greek and Roman compilations became the backbone of European medical theory and were translated by the Persian Avicenna, Ibn Sina, 980-1037, the Persian Razi, 865-925, and the Jewish Maimonides. 5. Some fossils have been used in traditional medicine since antiquity. 7. Medieval and later. Further information, Medicine in Medieval Islam and Medieval Medicine of Western Europe. Arabic indigenous medicine developed from the conflict between the magic-based medicine of the Bedouins and the Arabic translations of the Hellenic and Ayurvedic medical traditions. 8. Spanish medicine was influenced by the Arabs from 711 to 1492. 9. Islamic physicians and Muslim botanists such as al-Dinawari, 10, and Ibn al-Baytar, 11, significantly expanded on the earlier knowledge of materia medica. The most famous Persian medical treatise was Avicenna's The Canon of Medicine, which was an early pharmacopoeia and introduced clinical trials. 12, 13, 14. The canon was translated into Latin in the 12th century and remained a medical authority in Europe until the 17th century. The Unani system of traditional medicine is also based on the canon. 15. Translations of the early Roman Greek compilations were made into German by Hieronymus Bock, whose Herbal, published in 1546, was called Kräuterbuch. The book was translated into Dutch as Pemptades by Rembert Dodoens, 1517-1585, and from Dutch into English by Carolus Clusius, 1526-1609, published by Henry Light in 1578 as a Nieve Herbal. This became John Gerard's, 1545-1612, Herbal or General History of Plants. 5, 6. Each new work was a compilation of existing texts with new additions. Women's folk knowledge existed in undocumented parallel with these texts. 5. 44 drugs, diluents, flavoring agents and emollients mentioned by Dioscorides are still listed in the official pharmacopoeias of Europe. 6. The Puritans took Gerard's work to the United States where it influenced American indigenous medicine. 5. Francisco Hernandez, physician to Philip II of Spain, spent the years 1571 to 1577 gathering information in Mexico and then wrote Rerum Medicarum Novi Hispanii Thesaurus, many versions of which have been published including one by Francisco Jimenez. Both Hernandez and Jimenez fitted Aztec ethnomedicinal information into the European concepts of disease such as warm, cold, and moist, but it is not clear that the Aztecs used these categories. 16. 1 de este Nefers Florilegio Medicinal de todas las enfermedades compiled European texts and added 35 Mexican plants. Martín de la Cruz wrote a herbal in Nahuatl which was translated into Latin by Juan Badiano as Libellus de Medicinalibus Indorum Herbis or Codex Barberini, Latin 241 and given to King Carlos V of Spain in 1552. 17. It was apparently written in haste. 18. And influenced by the European occupation of the previous 30 years. Fray Bernardino de Sahagins used ethnographic methods to compile his codices that then became the Historia General de las Cosas de Nueva España, published in 1793. 17. Castor Durante published his Herbario Nuevo in 1585 describing medicinal plants from Europe and the East and West Indies. It was translated into German in 1609 and Italian editions were published for the next century. Colonial America. In 17th and 18th century America, traditional folk healers, frequently women, used herbal remedies, cupping and leeching. 19. Native American traditional herbal medicine introduced cures for malaria, dysentery, scurvy, non-venereal syphilis, and goiter problems. 20. Many of these herbal and folk remedies continued on through the 19th and into the 20th century. 21. With some plant medicines forming the basis for modern pharmacology. 22. Modern usage. The prevalence of folk medicine in certain areas of the world varies according to cultural norms. 23. Some modern medicine is based on plant phytochemicals that had been used in folk medicine. 24. Researchers state that many of the alternative treatments are statistically indistinguishable from placebo treatments. 25. Knowledge transmission and creation. Indigenous medicine is generally transmitted orally through a community, family and individuals until collected. Within a given culture, elements of indigenous medicine knowledge may be diffusely known by many, or may be gathered and applied by those in a specific role of healer such as a shaman or midwife. 26. 3 factors legitimize the role of the healer: their own beliefs, the success of their actions and the beliefs of the community. 27. When the claims of indigenous medicine become rejected by a culture, generally 3 types of adherents still use it: those born and socialized in it who become permanent believers, temporary believers who turn to it in crisis times, and those who only believe in specific aspects, not in all of it. 28. Verification needed. Definition and terminology. Traditional medicine may sometimes be considered as distinct from folk medicine, and the considered to include formalized aspects of folk medicine. Under this definition, folk medicine are long-standing remedies passed on and practiced by lay people. Folk medicine consists of the healing practices and ideas of body physiology and health preservation known to some in a culture, transmitted informally as general knowledge, and practiced or applied by anyone in the culture having prior experience. 29. Folk medicine. Curandera performing a limpieza in Cuenca, Ecuador. Many countries have practices described as folk medicine which may coexist with formalized, science-based, and institutionalized systems of medical practice represented by conventional medicine. 30. Examples of folk medicine traditions are traditional Chinese medicine, Iranian traditional medicine, traditional Korean medicine, Arabic indigenous medicine, Uyghur traditional medicine, Japanese Kampo medicine, traditional Aboriginal bush medicine, native Hawaiian Laulapo, and Georgian folk medicine, among others. 31. Australian bush medicine. Main article: Bush medicine. Generally, bush medicine used by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia is made from plant materials, such as bark, leaves and seeds, although animal products may be used as well. 32. A major component of traditional medicine is herbal medicine, which is the use of natural plant substances to treat or prevent illness. 33. Native American medicine. Icon. This section needs expansion. You can help by adding to it. April 2020. Further information: Native American ethnobotany and traditional Alaska Native medicine. American Native and Alaska Native medicine are traditional forms of healing that have been around for thousands of years. There are many ethnobotany plants involved in traditional medicine for Native Americans and some are still used today. When it comes to Native American traditional medicine, the ideas surrounding health and illness within the culture are virtually inseparable from the ideas of religion and spirituality. 34. healers within indigenous communities go by many names ranging from medicine man or woman to herbalist or even shaman and are considered spiritual or religious leaders within their respective tribes. 34. When it comes to healing, tribal healers would look at a plant's characteristics to determine its efficacy for the treatment of an illness. 35. Specific plant characteristics such as plant shape, smell, color, and taste could aid in determining how the plant could be used as a remedy. 35. The Meskwaki tribe found they could use the juice from Arum maculatum for snake bites. 35. This was inferred from the milky appearance of the juice from the plant, which is said to resemble snake venom, and the plant's shape resembled the head of a snake. 35. Native Americans used foxglove herb as a treatment for an illness they referred to as dropsy or edema, which is fluid buildup typically in the lower legs, and its common cause is heart failure. 35. In modern medicine, foxglove extract is still used under the name digitalis, and its purpose is to moderate the heart rate. 35. Native Americans were successful with some medical practices, such as treating fevers, gastrointestinal conditions, skin rashes, setting bones, as well as birthing babies, and aiding mothers in healing. 35. A study conducted within an IHS hospital that allows Navajo healers to visit patients found that the hospital had an 80% success rate in getting comatose patients back to consciousness, which is higher than the rate of present-day biomedical management hospitals. 34. The plant family Asteraceae has been commonly selected for orthopedic aids and pulmonary aids, specifically the species Achillea and Artemisia. 36. A study conducted amongst 14 different tribes within North America found that Asteraceae was the most widely used plant family for its medicinal properties. 36. Nativadium. Nativadium was a set of indigenous medical practices that existed in India before the advent of allopathic or Western medicine. 37. These practices had different sets of principles and ideas of the body, health and disease. There were overlaps and borrowing of ideas, medicinal compounds used and techniques within these practices. 38. Some of these practices had written texts in vernacular languages like Malayalam, Tamil, Telugu, etc., while others were handed down orally through various mnemonic devices. Ayurveda was one kind of nativadium practiced in South India. 39. The others were Kalarikitsa, related to bone setting and musculature. 40. Marmakikitsa, vital spot massaging, automolavadium, single-dose medicine or single-time medication. 41. Chintamanavadium and so on. When the medical system was revamped in 20th century India, many of the practices and techniques specific to some of these diverse nativadium were included in Ayurveda. 42. Home remedies. A home remedy, sometimes also referred to as a granny cure, is a treatment to cure a disease or ailment that employs certain spices, herbs, vegetables, or other common items. Home remedies may or may not have medicinal properties that treat or cure the disease or ailment in question, as they are typically passed along by laypersons, which has been facilitated in recent years by the Internet. Many are merely used as a result of tradition or habit or because they are effective in inducing the placebo effect. 43. One of the more popular examples of a home remedy is the use of chicken soup to treat respiratory infections such as a cold or mild flu. Other examples of home remedies include duct tape to help with setting broken bones, duct tape or superglue to treat plantar warts, and kogel mogul to treat sore throat. In earlier times, mothers were entrusted with all but serious remedies. Historic cookbooks are frequently full of remedies for dyspepsia, fevers, and female complaints. 44. Components of the aloe vera plant are used to treat skin disorders. 45. Many European liqueurs or digestives were originally sold as medicinal remedies. In Chinese folk medicine, medicinal congis, long-cooked rice soups with herbs, foods, and soups are part of treatment practices. 46. Criticism. Safety concerns. Although 130 countries have regulations on folk medicines, there are risks associated with the use of them, i.e. zoonosis, mainly as some traditional medicines still use animal-based substances. 47. 48. It is often assumed that because supposed medicines are natural that they are safe, but numerous precautions are associated with using herbal remedies. 49. Use of endangered species. Sometimes traditional medicines include parts of endangered species, such as the slow loris in Southeast Asia. Endangered animals, such as the slow loris, are sometimes killed to make traditional medicines. 50. Shark fins have also been used in traditional medicine, and although their effectiveness has not been proven, it is hurting shark populations and their ecosystem. 51. The illegal ivory trade can partially be traced back to buyers of traditional Chinese medicine. Demand for ivory is a huge factor in the poaching of endangered species such as rhinos and elephants. 52. Pangolins are threatened by poaching for their meat and scales, which are used in traditional medicine. They are the most trafficked mammals in the world. See also: Ayurveda, bioprospecting, folk healer, herbal medicine, Jara, surgeon, medicinal plants, Native American ethnobotany, old wives' tale, pharmacognosy, traditional African medicine, traditional Chinese medicine, traditional knowledge digital library, list of forms of alternative medicine. Alternative medicine is any practice that aims to achieve the healing effects of medicine despite lacking biological plausibility, testability, repeatability, or evidence of effectiveness. Unlike modern medicine, which employs the scientific method to test plausible therapies by way of responsible and ethical clinical trials, producing repeatable evidence of either effect or of no effect, alternative therapies reside outside of medical science, N1, N2, and do not originate from using the scientific method, but instead rely on testimonials, anecdotes, religion, tradition, superstition, belief in supernatural energies, pseudoscience, errors in reasoning, propaganda, fraud, or other unscientific sources. Frequently used terms for relevant practices are New Age medicine, pseudomedicine, unorthodox medicine, holistic medicine, fringe medicine, and unconventional medicine, with little distinction from quackery. Some alternative practices are based on theories that contradict the established science of how the human body works. Others resort to the supernatural or superstitious to explain their effect or lack thereof. In others, the practice has plausibility but lacks a positive risk-benefit outcome probability. Research into alternative therapies often fails to follow proper research protocols, such as placebo-controlled trials, blind experiments, and calculation of prior probability, providing invalid results. History has shown that if a method is proven to work, it eventually ceases to be alternative and becomes mainstream medicine. Much of the perceived effect of an alternative practice arises from a belief that it will be effective, the placebo effect, or from the treated condition resolving on its own, the natural course of disease. This is further exacerbated by the tendency to turn to alternative therapies upon the failure of medicine, at which point the condition will be at its worst and most likely to spontaneously improve. In the absence of this bias, especially for diseases that are not expected to get better by themselves such as cancer or HIV infection, multiple studies have shown significantly worse outcomes if patients turn to alternative therapies. While this may be because these patients avoid effective treatment, some alternative therapies are actively harmful, e.g. cyanide poisoning from amygdalin, or the intentional ingestion of hydrogen peroxide, or actively interfere with effective treatments. The alternative medicine sector is a highly profitable industry with a strong lobby, and faces far less regulation over the use and marketing of unproven treatments. Complementary medicine, CM, complementary and alternative medicine, CAM, integrated medicine or integrative medicine, IM, and holistic medicine attempt to combine alternative practices with those of mainstream medicine. Traditional medicine practices become alternative when used outside their original settings and without proper scientific explanation and evidence. Alternative methods are often marketed as more natural or holistic than methods offered by medical science, that is sometimes derogatorily called Big Pharma by supporters of alternative medicine. Billions of dollars have been spent studying alternative medicine, with few or no positive results and many methods thoroughly disproven. Definitions and terminology. The terms alternative medicine, complementary medicine, integrative medicine, holistic medicine, natural medicine, unorthodox medicine, fringe medicine, unconventional medicine, and New Age medicine are used interchangeably as having the same meaning and are almost synonymous in most contexts. 3, 4, 5, 6. Terminology has shifted over time, reflecting the preferred branding of practitioners. 7. For example, the United States National Institutes of Health Department studying alternative medicine, currently named the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, NCCIH, was established as the Office of Alternative Medicine, OAM, and was renamed the National Center for Complementary and Alternative Medicine, NCCAM, before obtaining its current name. Therapies are often framed as natural or holistic, implicitly and intentionally suggesting that conventional medicine is artificial and narrow in scope. 1.8. The meaning of the term alternative in the expression alternative medicine is not that it is an effective alternative to medical science, though some alternative medicine promoters may use the loose terminology to give the appearance of effectiveness. 9.10. Loose terminology may also be used to suggest meaning that a dichotomy exists when it does not. Example, the use of the expressions Western medicine and Eastern medicine to suggest that the difference is a cultural difference between the Asian East and the European West, rather than that the difference is between evidence-based medicine and treatments that do not work. 9. Alternative medicine. Alternative medicine is defined loosely as a set of products, practices, and theories that are believed or perceived by their users to have the healing effects of medicine, N3, and 4, but whose effectiveness has not been established using scientific methods, N3, N5, 13, 14, 15, 9, or whose theory and practice is not part of biomedicine, N4, N1, N2, N6, or whose theories or practices are directly contradicted by scientific evidence or scientific principles used in biomedicine, 9, 13, 19. Biomedicine or medicine is that part of medical science that applies principles of biology, physiology, molecular biology, biophysics, and other natural sciences to clinical practice, using scientific methods to establish the effectiveness of that practice. Unlike medicine, N1, an alternative product or practice does not originate from using scientific methods, but may instead be based on hearsay, religion, tradition, superstition, belief in supernatural energies, pseudoscience, errors in reasoning, propaganda, fraud, or other unscientific sources, N5, 9, 11, 13, 19. Some other definitions seek to specify alternative medicine in terms of its social and political marginality to mainstream healthcare. 20. This can refer to the lack of support that alternative therapies receive from medical scientists regarding access to research funding, sympathetic coverage in the medical press, or inclusion in the standard medical curriculum. 20. For example, a widely used 21. Definition devised by the U.S. NCI calls it a group of diverse medical and healthcare systems, practices, and products that are not generally considered part of conventional medicine. 22. However, these descriptive definitions are inadequate in the present day when some conventional doctors offer alternative medical treatments and introductory courses or modules can be offered as part of standard undergraduate medical training. Wink with a frown. 23. Alternative medicine is taught in more than half of U.S. medical schools, and U.S. health insurers are increasingly willing to provide reimbursement for alternative therapies. 24. Complementary or integrative medicine. Complementary medicine, CM, or integrative medicine, IM, is when alternative medicine is used together with mainstream functional medical treatment in a belief that it improves the effect of treatments. N7, 11, 26, 27, 28. For example, acupuncture, piercing the body with needles to influence the flow of a supernatural energy, might be believed to increase the effectiveness or complement science-based medicine when used at the same time. 29, 30, 31. Significant drug interactions caused by alternative therapies may make treatments less effective, notably in cancer therapy. 32, 33, 34. Several medical organizations differentiate between complementary and alternative medicine, including the UK National Health Service, NHS, 35, Cancer Research UK, 36, and the US Centre for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, the latter of which states that complementary medicine is used in addition to standard treatments, whereas alternative medicine is used instead of standard treatments. 37. Complementary and integrative interventions are used to improve fatigue in adult cancer patients. 38, 39. David Gorski has described integrative medicine as an attempt to bring pseudoscience into academic science-based medicine. 40, with skeptics such as Gorski and David Calhoun referring to this with the pejorative term quackademia. 41, Robert Todd Carroll described integrative medicine as a synonym for alternative medicine that, at its worst, integrates sense with nonsense. At its best, integrative medicine supports both consensus treatments of science-based medicine and treatments that the science, while promising perhaps, does not justify. 42. Rose Shapiro has criticized the field of alternative medicine for rebranding the same practices as integrative medicine. 3. CAM is an abbreviation of the phrase complementary and alternative medicine, 43, 44, 45, the 2019 World Health Organization, WHO, Global Report on Traditional and Complementary Medicine states that the terms complementary and alternative medicine refer to a broad set of health care practices that are not part of that country's own traditional or conventional medicine and are not fully integrated into the dominant healthcare system. They are used interchangeably with traditional medicine in some countries. 46. The Integrative Medicine Exam by the American Board of Physician Specialties, 47, includes the following subjects: manual therapies, biofield therapies, acupuncture, movement therapies, expressive arts, traditional Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, indigenous medical systems, homeopathic medicine, naturopathic medicine, osteopathic medicine, chiropractic, and functional medicine. 47. Other terms. See also, traditional medicine. Traditional medicine, TM, refers to certain practices within a culture which have existed since before the advent of medical science. 48, 49. Many TM practices are based on holistic approaches to disease and health, versus the scientific evidence-based methods in conventional medicine. 50, 51. The 2019 WHO report defines traditional medicine as the sum total of the knowledge, skill and practices based on the theories, beliefs and experiences indigenous to different cultures, whether explicable or not, used in the maintenance of health as well as in the prevention, diagnosis, improvement or treatment of physical and mental illness. 46. When used outside the original setting and in the absence of scientific evidence, TM practices are typically referred to as alternative medicine. 52, 53, 54. Holistic medicine is another rebranding of alternative medicine. In this case, the words balance and holism are often used alongside complementary or integrative, claiming to take into fuller account the whole person, in contrast to the supposed reductionism of medicine. 55, 56. Challenges in defining alternative medicine. Prominent members of the science, 57, 58, and biomedical science community, 2, say that it is not meaningful to define an alternative medicine that is separate from a conventional medicine because the expressions conventional medicine, alternative medicine, complementary medicine, integrative medicine, and holistic medicine do not refer to any medicine at all. 2, 57, 58, 54. Others say that alternative medicine cannot be precisely defined because of the diversity of theories and practices it includes, and because the boundaries between alternative and conventional medicine overlap, are porous, and change. 16, 59. Healthcare practices categorized as alternative may differ in their historical origin, theoretical basis, diagnostic technique, therapeutic practice, and in their relationship to the medical mainstream. 60. Under a definition of alternative medicine as non-mainstream, treatments considered alternative in one location may be considered conventional in another. 61. Critics say the expression is deceptive because it implies there is an effective alternative to science-based medicine, and that complementary is deceptive because it implies that the treatment increases the effectiveness of, complements, science-based medicine, while alternative medicines that have been tested nearly always have no measurable positive effect compared to a placebo. 9, 40, 62, 63. Journalist John Diamond wrote that there is really no such thing as alternative medicine, just medicine that works and medicine that doesn't. 58, 64, a notion later echoed by Paul Offit. The truth is there's no such thing as conventional or alternative or complementary or integrative or holistic medicine. There's only medicine that works and medicine that doesn't. And the best way to sort it out is by carefully evaluating scientific studies, not by visiting internet chat rooms, reading magazine articles, or talking to friends. 57. Types. See also, list of forms of alternative medicine. Alternative medicine consists of a wide range of healthcare practices, products, and therapies. The shared feature is a claim to heal that is not based on the scientific method. Alternative medicine practices are diverse in their foundations and methodologies. 22. Alternative medicine practices may be classified by their cultural origins or by the types of beliefs upon which they are based. 11, 9, 19, 22. Methods may incorporate or be based on traditional medicinal practices of a particular culture, folk knowledge, superstition. 65. Spiritual beliefs, belief in supernatural energies, anti-science, pseudoscience, errors in reasoning, propaganda, fraud, new or different. Concepts of health and disease, and any basis other than being proven by scientific methods. 11, 9, 13, 19. Different cultures may have their own unique traditional or belief-based practices developed recently or over thousands of years, and specific practices or entire systems of practices. Unscientific belief systems. They told me if I took 1,000 pills at night I should be quite another thing in the morning. An early 19th century satire on Morrison's vegetable pills, an alternative medicine supplement. Alternative medicine, such as using naturopathy or homeopathy in place of conventional medicine, is based on belief systems not grounded in science. 22. Proposed mechanism issues. Naturopathic medicine is based on a belief that the body heals itself using a supernatural vital energy that guides bodily processes. 66. In conflict with the paradigm of evidence-based medicine. 67. Many naturopaths have opposed vaccination. 68. And scientific evidence does not support claims that naturopathic medicine can cure cancer or any other disease. 69. Homeopathy, a belief that a substance that causes the symptoms of a disease in healthy people cures similar symptoms in sick people. And 8. Developed before knowledge of atoms and molecules, or of basic chemistry, which shows that repeated dilution as practiced in homeopathy produces only water, and that homeopathy is not scientifically valid. 71, 72, 73, 74. Traditional ethnic systems. Ready-to-drink traditional Chinese medicine mixture. Acupuncture involves insertion of needles in the body. Alternative medical systems may be based on traditional medicine practices, such as traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, Ayurveda in India, or practices of other cultures around the world. 22. Some useful applications of traditional medicines have been researched and accepted within ordinary medicine, however the underlying belief systems are seldom scientific and are not accepted. Traditional medicine is considered alternative when it is used outside its home region, or when it is used together with or instead of known functional treatment, or when it can be reasonably expected that the patient or practitioner knows or should know that it will not work, such as knowing that the practice is based on superstition. Claims issues. Traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional practices and beliefs from China, together with modifications made by the Communist Party, make up TCM. Common practices include herbal medicine, acupuncture, insertion of needles in the body at specified points, massage, Tui Na, exercise, Qigong, and dietary therapy. The practices are based on belief in a supernatural energy called Qi, considerations of Chinese astrology and Chinese numerology, traditional use of herbs and other substances found in China, a belief that the tongue contains a map of the body that reflects changes in the body, and an incorrect model of the anatomy and physiology of internal organs. 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. Ayurveda, traditional medicine of India. Ayurveda believes in the existence of three elemental substances, the doshas, called Vata, Pitta and Kapha, and states that a balance of the doshas results in health, while imbalance results in disease. Such disease-inducing imbalances can be adjusted and balanced using traditional herbs, minerals and heavy metals. Ayurveda stresses the use of plant-based medicines and treatments, with some animal products, and added minerals, including sulfur, arsenic, lead and copper sulfate. Clarification needed. Safety concerns have been raised about Ayurveda, with 2 U.S. studies finding about 20% of Ayurvedic Indian-manufactured patent medicines contain toxic levels of heavy metals such as lead, mercury and arsenic. A 2015 study of users in the United States also found elevated blood lead levels in 40% of those tested. Other concerns include the use of herbs containing toxic compounds and the lack of quality control in Ayurvedic facilities. Incidents of heavy metal poisoning have been attributed to the use of these compounds in the United States. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88. Supernatural energies. Bases of belief may include belief in existence of supernatural energies undetected by the science of physics, as in biofields, or in belief in properties of the energies of physics that are inconsistent with the laws of physics, as in energy medicine. 22. Claims issues. Biofield therapy intended to influence energy fields that, it is purported, surround and penetrate the body. 22. Advocates of scientific skepticism such as Carl Sagan have criticized the lack of empirical evidence to support the existence of the putative energy fields on which these therapies are predicated. 89. Bioelectromagnetic therapy use verifiable electromagnetic fields, such as pulsed fields, alternating current, or direct current fields in an unconventional manner. 22. Asserts that magnets can be used to defy the laws of physics to influence health and disease. Chiropractic spinal manipulation aims to treat vertebral subluxations which are claimed to put pressure on nerves. Chiropractic was based on the belief that manipulating the spine unblocks the flow of a supernatural vital energy called innate intelligence, thereby affecting health and disease. Vertebral subluxation is a pseudoscientific entity not proven to exist. Reiki practitioners place their palms on the patient near chakras that they believe are centers of supernatural energies in the belief that these supernatural energies can transfer from the practitioner's palms to heal the patient. Lacks credible scientific evidence. 90. Herbal remedies and other substances. Main article, Herbal medicine. Substance-based practices use substances found in nature such as herbs, foods, non-vitamin supplements and megavitamins, animal and fungal products, and minerals, including use of these products in traditional medical practices that may also incorporate other methods. 22, 91, 92. Examples include healing claims for non-vitamin supplements, fish oil, omega-3 fatty acid, glucosamine, echinacea, flaxseed oil, and ginseng. 93. Herbal medicine, or phytotherapy, includes not just the use of plant products but may also include the use of animal and mineral products. 91. It is among the most commercially successful branches of alternative medicine, and includes the tablets, powders and elixirs that are sold as nutritional supplements. 91. Only a very small percentage of these have been shown to have any efficacy, and there is little regulation as to standards and safety of their contents. 91. A chiropractor adjusting the spine. Religion, faith healing, and prayer. See also, shamanism. Claims issues. Christian faith healing. There is a divine or spiritual intervention in healing. Lack of evidence for effectiveness. 94. Unwanted outcomes, such as death and disability, have occurred when faith healing was elected instead of medical care for serious injuries or illnesses. 95. A 2001 double-blind study of 799 discharged coronary surgery patients found that intercessory prayer had no significant effect on medical outcomes after hospitalization in a coronary care unit. 96. NCCI classification. The U.S. agency NCCIH has created a classification system. NCCI classification. The U.S. agency NCCIH has created a classification system for branches of complementary and alternative medicine that divides them into 5 major groups. These groups have some overlap and distinguish 2 types of energy medicine: veritable, which involves scientifically observable energy, including magnet therapy, color puncture and light therapy, and putative, which invokes physically undetectable or unverifiable energy. 97. None of these energies have any evidence to support that they affect the body in any positive or health-promoting way. 1. Whole medical systems, cut across more than one of the other groups. Examples include traditional Chinese medicine, naturopathy, homeopathy, and Ayurveda. Mind-body interventions, explore the interconnection between the mind, body, and spirit, under the premise that they affect bodily functions and symptoms. A connection between mind and body is conventional medical fact, and this classification does not include therapies with proven function such as cognitive behavioral therapy. Biology-based practices use substances found in nature such as herbs, foods, vitamins, and other natural substances. As used here, biology does not refer to the science of biology, but is a usage newly coined by NCCIH in the primary source used for this article. Biology-based, as coined by NCCIH, may refer to chemicals from a non-biological source, such as use of the poison lead in traditional Chinese medicine, and to other non-biological substances. Manipulative and body-based practices feature manipulation or movement of body parts, such as is done in bodywork, chiropractic, and osteopathic manipulation. Energy medicine is a domain that deals with putative and verifiable energy fields. Biofield therapies are intended to influence energy fields that are purported to surround and penetrate the body. The existence of such energy fields have been disproven. Bioelectromagnetic-based therapies use verifiable electromagnetic fields, such as pulsed fields, alternating current, or direct current fields in a non-scientific manner. History. The history of alternative medicine may refer to the history of a group of diverse medical practices that were collectively promoted as alternative medicine beginning in the 1970s, to the collection of individual histories of members of that group, or to the history of Western medical practices that were labeled irregular practices by the Western medical establishment. 9, 98, 99, 100, 101. It includes the histories of complementary medicine and of integrative medicine. Before the 1970s, Western practitioners that were not part of the increasingly science-based medical establishment were referred to irregular practitioners, and were dismissed by the medical establishment as unscientific and as practicing quackery. 98, 99. Until the 1970s, irregular practice became increasingly marginalized as quackery and fraud. As Western medicine increasingly incorporated scientific methods and discoveries, and had a corresponding increase in success of its treatments. 101. In the 1970s, irregular practices were grouped with traditional practices of non-Western cultures and with other unproven or disproven practices that were not part of biomedicine, with the entire group collectively marketed and promoted under the single expression alternative medicine. 9, 98, 99, 101, 102. Use of alternative medicine in the West began to rise following the counterculture movement of the 1960s, as part of the rising New Age movement of the 1970s. 9, 103, 104. This was due to misleading mass marketing of alternative medicine being an effective alternative to biomedicine, changing social attitudes about not using chemicals and challenging the establishment and authority of any kind, sensitivity to giving equal measure to beliefs and practices of other cultures, cultural relativism, and growing frustration and desperation by patients about limitations and side effects of science-based medicine. 9, 99, 101, 100, 102, 104, 105. At the same time, in 1975, the American Medical Association, which played the central role in fighting quackery in the United States, abolished its quackery committee and closed down its Department of Investigation. 98, 21, 105. By the early to mid-1970s, the expression alternative medicine came into widespread use, and the expression became mass-marketed as a collection of natural and effective treatment alternatives to science-based biomedicine. 9, 105, 106, 107. By 1983, mass marketing of alternative medicine was so pervasive that the British Medical Journal, BMJ, pointed to an apparently endless stream of books, articles, and radio and television programs urge on the public the virtues of alternative medicine, treatments ranging from meditation to drilling a hole in the skull to let in more oxygen. 105. An analysis of trends in the criticism of complementary and alternative medicine, CAM, in 5 prestigious American medical journals during the period of reorganization within medicine, 1965 to 1999, was reported as showing that the medical profession had responded to the growth of CAM in 3 phases, and that in each phase, changes in the medical marketplace had influenced the type of response in the journals. 108. Changes included relaxed medical licensing, the development of managed care, rising consumerism, and the establishment of the USA Office of Alternative Medicine, later National Center for Complementary and Alternative Medicine, currently National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health. And 9. Medical education. Mainly as a result of reforms following the Flexner Report of 1910, 110, medical education in established medical schools in the U.S. has generally not included alternative medicine as a teaching topic. N10, typically, their teaching is based on current practice and scientific knowledge about anatomy, physiology, histology, embryology, neuroanatomy, pathology, pharmacology, microbiology and immunology. 112. Medical schools teaching includes such topics as doctor-patient communication, ethics, the art of medicine. 113, and engaging in complex clinical reasoning, medical decision-making. 114, writing in 2002, Snyderman and Waugh remarked that by the early 20th century the Flexner model had helped to create the 20th century academic health center, in which education, research, and practice were inseparable. While this had much improved medical practice by defining with increasing certainty the pathophysiological basis of disease, a single-minded focus on the pathophysiological had diverted much of mainstream American medicine from clinical conditions that were not well understood in mechanistic terms, and were not effectively treated by conventional therapies. 115. By 2001, some form of CAM training was being offered by at least 75 out of 125 medical schools in the U.S., 116, exceptionally. The School of Medicine of the University of Maryland, Baltimore, includes a research institute for integrative medicine, a member entity of the Cochrane Collaboration. 117. 118 medical schools are responsible for conferring medical degrees, but a physician typically may not legally practice medicine until licensed by the local government authority. Licensed physicians in the U.S. who have attended one of the established medical schools there have usually graduated Doctor of Medicine, MD. 119. All states require that applicants for MD licensure be graduates of an approved medical school and complete the United States Medical Licensing Examination, USMLE. 119. Efficacy. Edzard Ernst, an authority on scientific study of alternative therapies and diagnoses and the first university professor of CAM, in 2012. There is a general scientific consensus that alternative therapies lack the requisite scientific validation, and their effectiveness is either unproved or disproved. 11, 9, 120, 121. Many of the claims regarding the efficacy of alternative medicines are controversial, since research on them is frequently of low quality and methodologically flawed. 122. Selective publication bias, marked differences in product quality and standardization, and some companies making unsubstantiated claims call into question the claims of efficacy of isolated examples where there is evidence for alternative therapies. 123. The scientific review of alternative medicine points to confusions in the general population. A person may attribute symptomatic relief to an otherwise ineffective therapy just because they are taking something. The placebo effect, the natural recovery from or the cyclical nature of an illness, the regression fallacy, gets misattributed to an alternative medicine being taken. A person not diagnosed with science-based medicine may never originally have had a true illness diagnosed as an alternative disease category. 124. Edzard Ernst, the first university professor of complementary and alternative medicine, characterized the evidence for many alternative techniques as weak, non-existent, or negative. 125, and in 2011 published his estimate that about 7.4% were based on sound evidence, although he believes that may be an overestimate. 126. Ernst has concluded that 95% of the alternative therapies he and his team studied, including acupuncture, herbal medicine, homeopathy, and reflexology, are statistically indistinguishable from placebo treatments, but he also believes there is something that conventional doctors can usefully learn from the chiropractors and homeopath. This is the therapeutic value of the placebo effect, one of the strangest phenomena in medicine. 127, 128. In 2003, a project funded by the CDC identified 208 condition treatment pairs, of which 58% had been studied by at least one randomized controlled trial, RCT, and 23% had been assessed with a meta-analysis. 129, according to a 2005 book by a U.S. Institute of Medicine panel. The number of RCTs focused on CAM has risen dramatically. As of 2005, the Cochrane Library had 145 CAM-related Cochrane systematic reviews and 340 non-Cochrane systematic reviews. An analysis of the conclusions of only the 145 Cochrane reviews was done by 2 readers. In 83% of the cases, the readers agreed. In the 17% in which they disagreed, a third reader agreed with one of the initial readers to set a rating. These studies found that, for CAM, 38.4% concluded positive effect or possibly positive, 12.4%, 4.8% concluded no effect, 0.7% concluded harmful effect, and 56.6% concluded insufficient evidence. An assessment of conventional treatments found that 41.3% concluded positive or possibly positive effect, 20% concluded no effect, 8.1% concluded net harmful effects, and 21.3% concluded insufficient evidence. However, the CAM review used the more developed 2004 Cochrane database, while the conventional review used the initial 1998 Cochrane database. 130. Alternative therapies do not complement, improve the effect of, or mitigate the side effects of, functional medical treatment, and 7, 11, 26, 27, 28. Significant drug interactions caused by alternative therapies may instead negatively impact functional treatment by making prescription drugs less effective. such as interference by herbal preparations with warfarin. 131-33. In the same way as for conventional therapies, drugs, and interventions, it can be difficult to test the efficacy of alternative medicine in clinical trials. In instances where an established, effective, treatment for a condition is already available, the Helsinki Declaration states that withholding such treatment is unethical in most circumstances. Use of standard of care treatment in addition to an alternative technique being tested may produce confounded or difficult to interpret results. 132. Cancer researcher Andrew J. Vickers has stated, contrary to much popular and scientific writing, many alternative cancer treatments have been investigated in good quality clinical trials, and they have been shown to be ineffective. The label unproven is inappropriate for such therapies. It is time to assert that many alternative cancer therapies have been disproven. 133. Perceived mechanism of effect. Anything classified as alternative medicine by definition does not have a proven healing or medical effect. 2, 9, 13, 14, 15. However, there are different mechanisms through which it can be perceived to work. The common denominator of these mechanisms is that effects are misattributed to the alternative treatment. How alternative therapies work. A. Misinterpreted natural course, the individual gets better without treatment. B. Placebo effect or false treatment effect, an individual receives alternative therapy and is convinced it will help. The conviction makes them more likely to get better. C. Nocebo effect, an individual is convinced that standard treatment will not work, and that alternative therapies will work. This decreases the likelihood standard treatment will work, while the placebo effect of the alternative remains. D. No adverse effects, standard treatment is replaced with alternative treatment, getting rid of adverse effects, but also of improvement. E. Interference, standard treatment is complemented with something that interferes with its effect. This can both cause worse effect, but also decreased, or even increased, side effects, which may be interpreted as helping. Researchers, such as epidemiologists, clinical statisticians and pharmacologists, use clinical trials to reveal such effects, allowing physicians to offer a therapeutic solution best known to work. Alternative treatments often refuse to use trials or make it deliberately hard to do so. Placebo effect. A placebo is a treatment with no intended therapeutic value. An example of a placebo is an inert pill, but it can include more dramatic interventions like sham surgery. The placebo effect is the concept that patients will perceive an improvement after being treated with an inert treatment. The opposite of the placebo effect is the nocebo effect, when patients who expect a treatment to be harmful will perceive harmful effects after taking it. Placebos do not have a physical effect on diseases or improve overall outcomes, but patients may report improvements in subjective outcomes such as pain and nausea. 134. A 1955 study suggested that a substantial part of a medicine's impact was due to the placebo effect. 135. 134. However, reassessments found the study to have flawed methodology. 135. 136. This and other modern reviews suggest that other factors like natural recovery and reporting bias should also be considered. 134. 136. All of these are reasons why alternative therapies may be credited for improving a patient's condition even though the objective effect is non-existent, or even harmful. 131, 40, 63. David Gorski argues that alternative treatments should be treated as a placebo, rather than as medicine. 40. Almost none have performed significantly better than a placebo in clinical trials. 75, 62, 137, 91. Furthermore, distrust of conventional medicine may lead to patients experiencing the nocebo effect when taking effective medication. 131. Regression to the mean. A patient who receives an inert treatment may report improvements afterwards that it did not cause. 134. 136. Assuming it was the cause without evidence is an example of the regression fallacy. This may be due to a natural recovery from the illness, or a fluctuation in the symptoms of a long-term condition. 136. The concept of regression toward the mean implies that an extreme result is more likely to be followed by a less extreme result. Other factors. There are also reasons why a placebo treatment group may outperform a no-treatment group in a test which are not related to a patient's experience. These include patients reporting more favorable results than they really felt due to politeness or experimental subordination, observer bias, and misleading wording of questions, 136, in their 2010 systematic review of studies into placebos, asked Jorn Hrobjartson and Peter C. Gotts write that even if there were no true effect of placebo, one would expect to record differences between placebo and no treatment groups due to bias associated with lack of blinding. 134, alternative therapies may also be credited for perceived improvement through decreased use or effect of medical treatment, and therefore either decreased side effects or nocebo effects towards standard treatment. 131. Use and regulation. Appeal. Practitioners of complementary medicine usually discuss and advise patients as to available alternative therapies. Patients often express interest in mind-body complementary therapies because they offer a non-drug approach to treating some health conditions. 138. In addition to the social-cultural underpinnings of the popularity of alternative medicine, there are several psychological issues that are critical to its growth, notably psychological effects, such as the will to believe. 139. Cognitive biases that help maintain self-esteem and promote harmonious social functioning. 139, and the post hoc, ergo propter hoc fallacy. 139. In a 2018 interview with the BMJ, Edzard Ernst stated, "The present popularity of complementary and alternative medicine is also inviting criticism of what we are doing in mainstream medicine. It shows that we aren't fulfilling a certain need, we are not giving patients enough time, compassion, or empathy. These are things that complementary practitioners are very good at. Mainstream medicine could learn something from complementary medicine." 140. Marketing. Alternative medicine is a profitable industry with large media advertising expenditures. Accordingly, alternative practices are often portrayed positively and compared favorably to Big Pharma. 1. The popularity of complementary and alternative medicine, CAM, may be related to other factors that Ernst mentioned in a 2008 interview in The Independent. Why is it so popular, then? Ernst blames the providers, customers and the doctors whose neglect, he says, has created the opening into which alternative therapists have stepped. People are told lies. There are 40 million websites and 39.9 million tell lies, sometimes outrageous lies. They mislead cancer patients, who are encouraged not only to pay their last penny but to be treated with something that shortens their lives. At the same time, people are gullible. It needs gullibility for the industry to succeed. It doesn't make me popular with the public, but it's the truth. 141. Paul Offit proposed that alternative medicine becomes quackery in 4 ways: by recommending against conventional therapies that are helpful, promoting potentially harmful therapies without adequate warning, draining patients' bank accounts, or by promoting magical thinking. 57. Promoting alternative medicine has been called dangerous and unethical. N11, 143. Social factors. Authors have speculated on the socio-cultural and psychological reasons for the appeal of alternative medicines among the minority using them in lieu of conventional medicine. There are several socio-cultural reasons for the interest in these treatments centered on the low level of scientific literacy among the public at large and a concomitant increase in anti-scientific attitudes and New Age mysticism. 139. Related to this are vigorous marketing. 146. Of extravagant claims by the alternative medical community combined with inadequate media scrutiny and attacks on critics. 139. 147. Alternative medicine is criticized for taking advantage of the least fortunate members of society. 1. There is also an increase in conspiracy theories toward conventional medicine and pharmaceutical companies. 34. Mistrust of traditional authority figures, such as the physician, and a dislike of the current delivery methods of scientific biomedicine, all of which have led patients to seek out alternative medicine to treat a variety of ailments. 147. Many patients lack access to contemporary medicine due to a lack of private or public health insurance, which leads them to seek out lower cost alternative medicine. 148. Medical doctors are also aggressively marketing alternative medicine to profit from this market. 146. Patients can be averse to the painful, unpleasant, and sometimes dangerous side effects of biomedical treatments. Treatments for severe diseases such as cancer and HIV infection have well-known, significant side effects. Even low-risk medications such as antibiotics can have potential to cause life-threatening anaphylactic reactions in a very few individuals. Many medications may cause minor but bothersome symptoms such as cough or upset stomach. In all of these cases, patients may be seeking out alternative therapies to avoid the adverse effects of conventional treatments. 139, 147. Prevalence of use. According to research published in 2015, the increasing popularity of CAM needs to be explained by moral convictions or lifestyle choices rather than by economic reasoning. 149. In developing nations, access to essential medicines is severely restricted by lack of resources and poverty. Traditional remedies, often closely resembling or forming the basis for alternative remedies, may comprise primary healthcare or be integrated into the healthcare system. In Africa, traditional medicine is used for 80% of primary healthcare, and in developing nations as a whole over one-third of the population lack access to essential medicines. 150. In Latin America, inequities against BIPOC communities keep them tied to their traditional practices, and therefore, it is often these communities that constitute the majority of users of alternative medicine. Racist attitudes towards certain communities disable them from accessing more urbanized modes of care. In a study that assessed access to care in rural communities of Latin America, it was found that discrimination is a huge barrier to the ability of citizens to access care. More specifically, women of indigenous and African descent, and lower-income families were especially hurt. 151. Such exclusion exacerbates the inequities that minorities in Latin America already face. Consistently excluded from many systems of westernized care for socioeconomic and other reasons, low-income communities of color often turn to traditional medicine for care as it has proved reliable to them across generations. Commentators including David Horban have proposed adopting a prize system to reward medical research. 152. This stands in opposition to the current mechanism for funding research proposals in most countries around the world. In the U.S., the NCCIH provides public research funding for alternative medicine. The NCCIH has spent more than $2.5 billion on such research since 1992, and this research has not demonstrated the efficacy of alternative therapies. 137, 153, 154, 155, 156, 157. As of 2011, the NCCI's sister organization in the NIC Office of Cancer Complementary and Alternative Medicine had given out grants of around $105 million each year for several years. 158. Testing alternative medicine that has no scientific basis, as in the aforementioned grants, has been called a waste of scarce research resources. 159, 160. That alternative medicine has been on the rise in countries where Western science and scientific method generally are accepted as the major foundations for healthcare, and evidence-based practice is the dominant paradigm, was described as an enigma in the Medical Journal of Australia. 161. A 15-year systematic review published in 2022 on the global acceptance and use of CAM among medical specialists found the overall acceptance of CAM at 52% and the overall use at 45%. 162. In the United States. In the United States, the 1974 Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, CAPTA, required that for states to receive federal money, they had to grant religious exemptions to child neglect and abuse laws regarding religion-based healing practices. 163. 31 states have child abuse religious exemptions. 164. The use of alternative medicine in the U.S. has increased. 11. 165. With a 50% increase in expenditures and a 25% increase in the use of alternative therapies between 1990 and 1997 in America. 165. According to a national survey conducted in 2002, 36% of U.S. adults aged 18 years and over use some form of complementary and alternative medicine. 166. Americans spend many billions on the therapies annually. 165. Most Americans used CAM to treat and or prevent musculoskeletal conditions or other conditions associated with chronic or recurring pain. 148. In America, women were more likely than men to use CAM, with the biggest difference in use of mind-body therapies including prayer specifically for health reasons. 148. In 2008, more than 37% of American hospitals offered alternative therapies, up from 27% in 2005, and 25% in 2004. 167, 168. More than 70% of the hospitals offering CAM were in urban areas. 168. A survey of Americans found that 88% thought that there are some good ways of treating sickness that medical science does not recognize. 11. Use of magnets was the most common tool in energy medicine in America, and among users of it, 58% described it as at least sort of scientific, when it is not at all scientific. 11. In 2002, at least 60% of U.S. medical schools have at least some class time spent teaching alternative therapies. 11. Therapeutic touch was taught at more than 100 colleges and universities in 75 countries before the practice was debunked by a 9-year-old child for a school science project. 11. 90. Prevalence of use of specific therapies. The most common CAM therapies used in the U.S. in 2002 were prayer, 45%, herbalism, 19%, breathing meditation, 12%, meditation, 8%, chiropractic medicine, 8%, yoga, 5 to 6%, body work, 5%, diet-based therapy, 4%, progressive relaxation, 3%, megavitamin therapy, 3%, and visualization, 2%, 148, 169. In Britain, the most often used alternative therapies were Alexander technique, aromatherapy, Bach and other flower remedies, bodywork therapies including massage, counseling, stress therapies, hypnotherapy, meditation, reflexology, shiatsu, Ayurvedic medicine, nutritional medicine, and yoga. 170. Ayurvedic medicine remedies are mainly plant-based with some use of animal materials. 171. Safety concerns include the use of herbs containing toxic compounds and the lack of quality control in Ayurvedic facilities. 84. 86. According to the National Health Service, England, the most commonly used complementary and alternative medicines, CAM, supported by the NHS in the UK are acupuncture, aromatherapy, chiropractic, homeopathy, massage, osteopathy and clinical hypnotherapy. 172. In palliative care. Complementary therapies are often used in palliative care or by practitioners attempting to manage chronic pain in patients. Integrative medicine is considered more acceptable in the interdisciplinary approach used in palliative care than in other areas of medicine. From its early experiences of care for the dying, palliative care took for granted the necessity of placing patient values and lifestyle habits at the core of any design and delivery of quality care at the end of life. If the patient desired complementary therapies, and as long as such treatments provided additional support and did not endanger the patient, they were considered acceptable. 173. The non-pharmacologic interventions of complementary medicine can employ mind-body interventions designed to reduce pain and concomitant mood disturbance and increase quality of life. 174. The alternative medicine lobby has successfully pushed for alternative therapies to be subject to far less regulation than conventional medicine. 1. Some professions of complementary/traditional/alternative medicine, such as chiropractic, have achieved full regulation in North America and other parts of the world. 175, and are regulated in a manner similar to that governing science-based medicine. In contrast, other approaches may be partially recognized and others have no regulation at all. 175. In some cases, promotion of alternative therapies is allowed when there is demonstrably no effect, only a tradition of use. Despite laws making it illegal to market or promote alternative therapies for use in cancer treatment, many practitioners promote them. 176. Regulation and licensing of alternative medicine ranges widely from country to country, and state to state. 175. In Austria and Germany, complementary and alternative medicine is mainly in the hands of doctors with MDs. 43. And half or more of the American alternative practitioners are licensed MDs. 177. In Germany, herbs are tightly regulated, half are prescribed by doctors and covered by health insurance. 178. Government bodies in the U.S. and elsewhere have published information or guidance about alternative medicine. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration, FDA, has issued online warnings for consumers about medication health fraud. 179. This includes a section on alternative medicine fraud, such as a warning that Ayurvedic products generally have not been approved by the FDA before marketing. 180. Risks and problems. The National Science Foundation has studied the problematic side of the public's attitudes and understandings of science fiction, pseudoscience, and belief in alternative medicine. They use a quote from Robert L. Park to describe some issues with alternative medicine. Alternative medicine is another concern. As used here, alternative medicine refers to all treatments that have not been proven effective using scientific methods. A scientist's view of the situation appeared in a recent book, Park 2000b. Between homeopathy and herbal therapy lies a bewildering array of untested and unregulated treatments, all labeled alternative by their proponents. Alternative seems to define a culture rather than a field of medicine, a culture that is not scientifically demanding. It is a culture in which ancient traditions are given more weight than biological science, and anecdotes are preferred over clinical trials. Alternative therapies steadfastly resist change, often for centuries or even millennia, unaffected by scientific advances in the understanding of physiology or disease. Incredible explanations invoking modern physics are sometimes offered for how alternative therapies might work, but there seems to be little interest in testing these speculations scientifically. 11. Negative outcomes. According to the Institute of Medicine, use of alternative medical techniques may result in several types of harm. Direct harm, which results in adverse patient outcome. 181. Economic harm, which results in monetary loss but presents no health hazard. Indirect harm, which results in a delay of appropriate treatment, or in unreasonable expectations that discourage patients and their families from accepting and dealing effectively with their medical conditions. Interactions with conventional pharmaceuticals. Forms of alternative medicine that are biologically active can be dangerous even when used in conjunction with conventional medicine. Examples include immunoaugmentation therapy, shark cartilage, bioresonance therapy, oxygen and ozone therapies, and insulin potentiation therapy. Some herbal remedies can cause dangerous interactions with chemotherapy drugs, radiation therapy, or anesthetics during surgery, among other problems. 44, 131, 33. An example of these dangers was reported by Associate Professor Alistair McLennan of Adelaide University, Australia, regarding a patient who almost bled to death on the operating table after neglecting to mention that she had been taking natural potions to build up her strength before the operation, including a powerful anticoagulant that nearly caused her death. 182. To ABC Online, McLennan also gives another possible mechanism. And lastly, there's the cynicism and disappointment and depression that some patients get from going on from one alternative medicine to the next, and they find after 3 months the placebo effect wears off, and they're disappointed and they move on to the next one, and they're disappointed and disillusioned, and that can create depression and make the eventual treatment of the patient with anything effective difficult, because you may not get compliance, because they've seen the failure so often in the past. 183. Side effects. Conventional treatments are subjected to testing for undesired side effects, whereas alternative therapies, in general, are not subjected to such testing at all. Any treatment, whether conventional or alternative, that has a biological or psychological effect on a patient may also have potential to possess dangerous biological or psychological side effects. Attempts to refute this fact with regard to alternative therapies sometimes use the appeal to nature fallacy, i.e., that which is natural cannot be harmful. Specific groups of patients such as patients with impaired hepatic or renal function are more susceptible to side effects of alternative remedies. 184, 185. An exception to the normal thinking regarding side effects is homeopathy. Since 1938, the FDA has regulated homeopathic products in several significantly different ways from other drugs. 186. Homeopathic preparations, termed remedies, are extremely dilute, often far beyond the point where a single molecule of the original active, and possibly toxic, ingredient is likely to remain. They are, thus, considered safe on that count, but their products are exempt from good manufacturing practice requirements related to expiration dating and from finished product testing for identity and strength, and their alcohol concentration may be much higher than allowed in conventional drugs. 186. Treatment delay. Alternative medicine may discourage people from getting the best possible treatment. 187. Those having experienced or perceived success with one alternative therapy for a minor ailment may be convinced of its efficacy and persuaded to extrapolate that success to some other alternative therapy for a more serious, possibly life-threatening illness. 188. For this reason, critics argue that therapies that rely on the placebo effect to define success are very dangerous. According to mental health journalist Scott Lilienfeld in 2002, unvalidated or scientifically unsupported mental health practices can lead individuals to forego effective treatments and refers to this as opportunity cost. Individuals who spend large amounts of time and money on ineffective treatments may be left with precious little of either, and may forfeit the opportunity to obtain treatments that could be more helpful. In short, even innocuous treatments can indirectly produce negative outcomes. 189. Between 2001 and 2003, 4 children died in Australia because their parents chose ineffective naturopathic, homeopathic, or other alternative medicines and diets rather than conventional therapies. 190. Unconventional cancer cures. There have always been many therapies offered outside of conventional cancer treatment centers and based on theories not found in biomedicine. These alternative cancer cures have often been described as unproven, suggesting that appropriate clinical trials have not been conducted and that the therapeutic value of the treatment is unknown. However, many alternative cancer treatments have been investigated in good quality clinical trials, and they have been shown to be ineffective. The label unproven is inappropriate for such therapies. It is time to assert that many alternative cancer therapies have been disproven. 133. Edzard Ernst has stated, any alternative cancer cure is bogus by definition. There will never be an alternative cancer cure. Why? Because if something looked halfway promising, then mainstream oncology would scrutinize it, and if there is anything to it, it would become mainstream almost automatically and very quickly. All curative alternative cancer cures are based on false claims, are bogus, and, I would say, even criminal. 191. Rejection of science. Complementary and alternative medicine, CAM, is not as well researched as conventional medicine, which undergoes intense research before release to the public. 192. Practitioners of science-based medicine also discard practices and treatments when they are shown ineffective, while alternative practitioners do not. 1. Funding for research is also sparse, making it difficult to do further research for effectiveness of CAM. 193. Most funding for CAM is funded by government agencies. 192. Proposed research for CAM are rejected by most private funding agencies because the results of research are not reliable. 192. The research for CAM has to meet certain standards from research ethics committees, which most CAM researchers find almost impossible to meet. 192. Even with the little research done on it, CAM has not been proven to be effective. 194. Studies that have been done will be cited by CAM practitioners in an attempt to claim a basis in science. These studies tend to have a variety of problems, such as small samples, various biases, poor research design, lack of controls, negative results, etc. Even those with positive results can be better explained as resulting in false positives due to bias and noisy data. 195. Alternative medicine may lead to a false understanding of the body and of the process of science. 187. 196. Stephen Novella, a neurologist at Yale School of Medicine, wrote that government-funded studies of integrating alternative medicine techniques into the mainstream are used to lend an appearance of legitimacy to treatments that are not legitimate. 197. Marcia Angel considered that critics felt that healthcare practices should be classified based solely on scientific evidence, and if a treatment had been rigorously tested and found safe and effective, science-based medicine will adopt it regardless of whether it was considered alternative to begin with. 2. It is possible for a method to change categories, proven versus unproven, based on increased knowledge of its effectiveness or lack thereof. Prominent supporters of this position are George D. Lundberg, former editor of the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, and the journal's interim editor-in-chief Phil Fontanarosa, 54. Writing in 1999 in CA, a cancer journal for clinicians, Barry R. Cassileth mentioned a 1997 letter to the U.S. Senate Subcommittee on Public Health and Safety, which had deplored the lack of critical thinking and scientific rigor in OAM-supported research, had been signed by 4 Nobel laureates and other prominent scientists. This was supported by the National Institutes of Health, NIH. 198. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Question: what do you call alternative medicine that survives double-blind laboratory tests? A. Regular medicine. 199. In March 2009, a staff writer for The Washington Post reported that the impending national discussion about broadening access to health care, improving medical practice and saving money was giving a group of scientists an opening to propose shutting down the National Center for Complementary and Alternative Medicine. They quoted one of these scientists, Stephen Salzberg, a genome researcher and computational biologist at the University of Maryland, as saying, "One of our concerns is that NIH is funding pseudoscience. They noted that the vast majority of studies were based on fundamental misunderstandings of physiology and disease, and had shown little or no effect. 197. Writers such as Carl Sagan, a noted astrophysicist, advocate of scientific skepticism and the author of The Demon-Haunted World, Science as a Candle in the Dark, 1996, have lambasted the lack of empirical evidence to support the existence of the putative energy fields on which these therapies are predicated. 89. Sampson has also pointed out that CAM tolerated contradiction without thorough reason and experiment. 200. Barrett has pointed out that there is a policy at the NIH of never saying something does not work, only that a different version or dose might give different results. 137. Barrett also expressed concern that, just because some alternatives have merit, there is the impression that the rest deserve equal consideration and respect even though most are worthless, since they are all classified under the one heading of alternative medicine. 201. Some critics of alternative medicine are focused upon health fraud, misinformation, and quackery as public health problems, notably Wallace Sampson and Paul Kurtz, founders of Scientific Review of Alternative Medicine, and Stephen Barrett, co-founder of the National Council Against Health Fraud and webmaster of Quackwatch. 202. Grounds for opposing alternative medicine include that alternative therapies typically lack any scientific validation, and their effectiveness is either unproved or disproved. 9. 120. 121. Dubious. Discuss. It is usually based on religion, tradition, superstition, belief in supernatural energies, pseudoscience, errors in reasoning, propaganda, or fraud. 147. 11. 9. 203. Methods may incorporate or base themselves on traditional medicine, folk knowledge, spiritual beliefs, ignorance or misunderstanding of scientific principles, errors in reasoning, or newly conceived approaches claiming to heal. 147. 9. 204. Research on alternative medicine is frequently of low quality and methodologically flawed. 22. 205. Treatments are not part of the conventional, science-based healthcare system. 206. 22. 207. 208. Where alternative therapies have replaced conventional science-based medicine, even with the safest alternative medicines, failure to use or delay in using conventional science-based medicine has caused deaths. 189. 190. Many alternative medical treatments are not patentable. 209, which may lead to less research funding from the private sector. In addition, in most countries, alternative therapies, in contrast to pharmaceuticals, can be marketed without any proof of efficacy, also a disincentive for manufacturers to fund scientific research. 210. English evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins, in his 2003 book A Devil's Chaplain, defined alternative medicine as a set of practices that cannot be tested, refuse to be tested, or consistently failed tests. 211. Dawkins argued that if a technique is demonstrated effective in properly performed trials, then it ceases to be alternative and simply becomes medicine. 212. CAM is also often less regulated than conventional medicine. 192. There are ethical concerns about whether people who perform CAM have the proper knowledge to treat patients. 192. CAM is often done by non-physicians who do not operate with the same medical licensing laws which govern conventional medicine. 192. And it is often described as an issue of non-maleficence. 213. According to two writers, Wallace Sampson and K. Butler, marketing is part of the training required in alternative medicine, and propaganda methods in alternative medicine have been traced back to those used by Hitler and Goebbels in their promotion of pseudoscience in medicine. 75. 214. In November 2011, Edzard Ernst stated that the level of misinformation about alternative medicine has now reached the point where it has become dangerous and unethical. So far, alternative medicine has remained an ethics-free zone. It is time to change this. 215. Harriet Hall criticized the low standard of evidence accepted by the alternative medicine community. Science-based medicine has one rigorous standard of evidence, the kind used for pharmaceuticals. Chem has a double standard. They gladly accept a lower standard of evidence for treatments they believe in. However, I suspect they would reject a pharmaceutical if it were approved for marketing on the kind of evidence they accept for CAM. 216. Conflicts of interest. Some commentators have said that special consideration must be given to the issue of conflicts of interest in alternative medicine. Edzard Ernst has said that most researchers into alternative medicine are at risk of unidirectional bias because of a generally uncritical belief in their chosen subject. 217, Ernst cites as evidence the phenomenon whereby 100% of a sample of acupuncture trials originating in China had positive conclusions. 217, David Gorski contrasts evidence-based medicine, in which researchers try to disprove hypotheses, with what he says is the frequent practice in pseudoscience-based research, of striving to confirm pre-existing notions. 218, Harriet Hall writes that there is a contrast between the circumstances of alternative medicine practitioners and disinterested scientists. In the case of acupuncture, for example, an acupuncturist would have a great deal to lose if acupuncture were rejected by research, but the disinterested skeptic would not lose anything if its effects were confirmed. Rather, their change of mind would enhance their skeptical credentials. 219. Use of health and research resources. Research into alternative therapies has been criticized for diverting research time, money, and other resources from more fruitful lines of investigation in order to pursue a theory that has no basis in biology. 63, 40, research methods expert and author of Snake Oil Science, Art Barker Bousel, has stated that it's become politically correct to investigate nonsense. 137, a commonly cited statistic is that the U.S. National Institute of Health had spent $2.5 billion on investigating alternative therapies prior to 2009, with none being found to be effective. 137. See also: alternative therapies for developmental and learning disabilities, conservation medicine, ethnomedicine, gallbladder flush, psychic surgery, Siddha medicine. The phrase complementary and alternative medicine is used to describe a group of diverse medical and healthcare systems, practices, and products that have historic origins outside mainstream medicine. Most of these practices are used together with conventional therapies and therefore have been called complementary to distinguish them from alternative practices, those used as a substitute for standard care. Until a decade ago or so, complementary and alternative medicine could be defined as practices that are neither taught in medical schools nor reimbursed, but this definition is no longer workable, since medical students increasingly seek and receive some instruction about complementary health practices, and some practices are reimbursed by third-party payers. Another definition, practices that lack an evidence base, is also not useful, since there is a growing body of research on some of these modalities, and some aspects of standard care do not have a strong evidence base. 16. An alternative medical system is a set of practices based on a philosophy different from Western biomedicine. 17. A. Alternative medicine refers to all treatments that have not been proven effective using scientific methods. 11. Complementary and alternative medicine, CAM, is a broad domain of resources that encompasses health systems, modalities, and practices and their accompanying theories and beliefs, other than those intrinsic to the dominant health system of a particular society or culture in a given historical period. CAM includes such resources perceived by their users as associated with positive health outcomes. Boundaries within CAM and between the CAM domain and the domain of the dominant system are not always sharp or fixed. 12. It is time for the scientific community to stop giving alternative medicine a free ride. There cannot be two kinds of medicine, conventional and alternative. There is only medicine that has been adequately tested and medicine that has not, medicine that works and medicine that may or may not work. Speculation and testimonials do not substitute for evidence. 2. CAM is a group of diverse medical and healthcare systems, practices, and products that are not generally considered part of conventional medicine. 18. The final report, 2002, of the White House Commission on Complementary and Alternative Medicine Policy states, the commissioners believe and have repeatedly stated in this report that our response should be to hold all systems of health and healing, including conventional and CAM, to the same rigorous standards of good science and health services research. Although the commissioners support the provision of the most accurate information about the state of the science of all CAM modalities, they believe that it is premature to advocate the wide implementation and reimbursement of CAM modalities that are yet unproven. 25. In his book The Homeopathic Medical Doctrine, Samuel Hahnemann, the creator of homeopathy, wrote, "Observation, reflection, and experience have unfolded to me that the best and true method of cure is founded on the principle, similia similibus curantur. To cure in a mild, prompt, safe, and durable manner, it is necessary to choose in each case a medicine that will excite an affection similar, mu omicron iota omicron pi theta omicron, to that against which it is employed. 70. According to the medical historian James Harvey Young, in 1991 the Senate Appropriations Committee responsible for funding the National Institutes of Health, NIH, declared itself not satisfied that the conventional medical community as symbolized at the NIH has fully explored the potential that exists in unconventional medical practices. 109. As the medical professor Kenneth M. Ludmerer noted in 2010, Flexner pointed out that the scientific method of thinking applied to medical practice. By scientific method, he meant testing ideas with well-planned experiments to establish accurate facts. The clinician's diagnosis was equivalent to the scientist's hypothesis. Both medical diagnosis and hypothesis required the test of an experiment. Flexner argued that mastery of the scientific method of problem-solving was the key for physicians to manage medical uncertainty and to practice in the most cost-effective way. 111. Kessler refers to a lack of efficacy but never pushes back at Hatch by enumerating the dangers that unregulated products pose to the public, the dangers that fill the pages of Offit's book. 142. Quackery, often synonymous with health fraud, is the promotion, 1, of fraudulent or ignorant medical practices. A quack is a fraudulent or ignorant pretender to medical skill or a person who pretends, professionally or publicly, to have skill, knowledge, qualification or credentials they do not possess, a charlatan or snake oil salesman. 2. The term quack is a clipped form of the archaic term quacksalver, from Dutch, kwakzalver, a hawker of salve. 3. In the Middle Ages the term quack meant shouting. The quacksalvers sold their wares at markets by shouting to gain attention. 4. Common elements of general quackery include questionable diagnoses using questionable diagnostic tests, as well as untested or refuted treatments, especially for serious diseases such as cancer. Quackery is often described as health fraud with the salient characteristic of aggressive promotion. 1. Definition. William Hogarth's The Inspection, the third canvas in his Marriage à la Mode, The Visit to the Quack Doctor. Psychiatrist and author Stephen Barrett of Quackwatch defines quackery as the promotion of unsubstantiated methods that lack a scientifically plausible rationale, and more broadly as Pietro Longi's The Charlatan, 1757. Anything involving overpromotion in the field of health. This definition would include questionable ideas as well as questionable products and services, regardless of the sincerity of their promoters. In line with this definition, the word fraud would be reserved only for situations in which deliberate deception is involved. 1. In addition to the ethical problems of promising benefits that are not likely to occur, quackery might cause people to forego treatments that are more likely to help them, in favor of ineffective treatments given by the quack. 5, 6, 7. American pediatrician Paul Offit has proposed 4 ways in which alternative medicine becomes quackery. Frowny face. 8. By recommending against conventional therapies that are helpful. By promoting potentially harmful therapies without adequate warning. By draining patients' bank accounts. By promoting magical thinking. Since it is difficult to distinguish between those who knowingly promote unproven medical therapies and those who are mistaken as to their effectiveness, United States courts have ruled in defamation cases that accusing someone of quackery or calling a practitioner a quack is not equivalent to accusing that person of committing medical fraud. To be considered a fraud, a quack must know they are misrepresenting the benefits or risks of the medical services offered. Citation needed. Quacksalver. Unproven, usually ineffective, and sometimes dangerous medicines and treatments have been peddled throughout human history. Theatrical performances were sometimes given to enhance the credibility of purported medicines. Grandiose claims were made for what could be humble materials indeed. For example, in the mid-19th century Revalenta arabica was advertised as having extraordinary restorative virtues as an empirical diet for invalids. Despite its impressive name and many glowing testimonials, it was in truth only ordinary lentil flour, sold to the gullible at many times the true cost. Even where no fraud was intended, quack remedies often contained no effective ingredients whatsoever. Some remedies contained substances such as opium, alcohol and honey, which would have given symptomatic relief but had no curative properties. Some would have addictive qualities to entice the buyer to return. The few effective remedies sold by quacks included emetics, laxatives and diuretics. Some ingredients did have medicinal effects. Mercury, silver and arsenic compounds may have helped some infections and infestations. Willow bark contains salicylic acid, chemically closely related to aspirin, and the quinine contained in Jesuit's bark was an effective treatment for malaria and other fevers. However, knowledge of appropriate uses and dosages was limited. Criticism of quackery in academia. The evidence-based medicine community has criticized the infiltration of alternative medicine into mainstream academic medicine, education, and publications, accusing institutions of diverting research time, money, and other resources from more fruitful lines of investigation in order to pursue a theory that has no basis in biology. 9. 10. For example, David Gorski criticized Brian M. Berman, founder of the University of Maryland Center for Integrative Medicine, for writing that there is evidence that both real acupuncture and sham acupuncture are more effective than no treatment, and that acupuncture can be a useful supplement to other forms of conventional therapy for low back pain. He also castigated editors and peer reviewers at the New England Journal of Medicine for allowing it to be published, since it effectively recommended deliberately misleading patients in order to achieve a known placebo effect. 9. 11. History in Europe and the United States. The Surgeon by Jan Sanders van Hemessen, 1555. With little understanding of the causes and mechanisms of illnesses, widely marketed cures, as opposed to locally produced and locally used remedies, often referred to as patent medicines, first came to prominence during the 17th and 18th centuries in Britain and the British colonies, including those in North America. Daffy's elixir and Turlington's balsam were among the first products that used branding, e.g. using highly distinctive containers, and mass marketing to create and maintain markets. 12. A similar process occurred in other countries of Europe around the same time, for example with the marketing of eau de cologne as a cure-all medicine by Johann Maria Farina and his imitators. Patent medicines often contained alcohol or opium, which, while presumably not curing the diseases for which they were sold as a remedy, did make the imbibers feel better and confusedly appreciative of the product. The number of internationally marketed quack medicines increased in the later 18th century. The majority of them originated in Britain, 13, and were exported throughout the British Empire. By 1830, British parliamentary records list over 1,300 different proprietary medicines, 14, the majority of which were quack cures by modern standards. A Dutch organization that opposes quackery, Vereniging tegen de Kwakzalverij, VTDK, was founded in 1881, making it the oldest organization of this kind in the world. 15. It has published its magazine Nederlands Tijdschrift tegen de Kwakzalverij, Dutch magazine against quackery, ever since. 16. In these early years the VTDK played a part in the professionalization of medicine. 17. Its efforts in the public debate helped to make the Netherlands one of the first countries with governmental drug regulation. 18. In 1909, in an attempt to stop the sale of quack medicines, the British Medical Association published Secret Remedies, What They Cost and What They Contain. 19a. This publication was originally a series of articles published in the British Medical Journal between 1904 and 1909. 21. The publication was composed of 20 chapters, organizing the work by sections according to the ailments the medicines claimed to treat. Each remedy was tested thoroughly. The preface stated, "Of the accuracy of the analytical data there can be no question. The investigation has been carried out with great care by a skilled analytical chemist." 19.6. The book did lead to the end of some of the quack cures, but some survived the book by several decades. For example, Beecham's pills, which according to the British Medical Association contained in 1909 only aloes, ginger and soap, but claimed to cure 31 medical conditions. 175 were sold until 1998. The failure of the medical establishment to stop quackery was rooted in the difficulty of defining what precisely distinguished real medicine, and in the appeals that quackery held out to consumers. British patent medicines lost their dominance in the United States when they were denied access to the 13 colonies' markets during the American Revolution, and lost further ground for the same reason during the War of 1812. From the early 19th century, homegrown American brands started to fill the gap, reaching their peak in the years after the American Civil War. 13.22. British medicines never regained their previous dominance in North America, and the subsequent era of mass marketing of American patent medicines is usually considered to have been a golden age of quackery in the United States. This was mirrored by similar growth and marketing of quack medicines elsewhere in the world. Clark Stanley's snake oil. In the United States, false medicines in this era were often denoted by the slang term snake oil, a reference to sales pitches for the false medicines that claimed exotic ingredients provided the supposed benefits. Those who sold them were called snake oil salesmen, and usually sold their medicines with a fervent pitch similar to a fire and brimstone religious sermon. They often accompanied other theatrical and entertainment productions that traveled as a road show from town to town, leaving quickly before the falseness of their medicine was discovered. Not all quacks were restricted to such small-time businesses, however, and a number, especially in the United States, became enormously wealthy through national and international sales of their products. In 1875, the Pacific Medical and Surgical Journal complained, "If Satan has ever succeeded in compressing a greater amount of concentrated mendacity into one set of human bodies above every other description, it is in the advertising quacks. The coolness and deliberation with which they announce the most glaring falsehoods are really appalling." A recent arrival in San Francisco, whose name might indicate that he had his origin in the Pontine marshes of Europe, announces himself as the late examining physician of the Massachusetts Infirmary, Boston. This fellow has the impudence to publish that his charge to physicians in their own cases is $5. Another genius in Philadelphia, of the bogus diploma breed, who claims to have founded a new system of practice and who calls himself a professor, advertises 2 elixirs of his own make, one of which is for all male diseases and the other for all female diseases. In the list of preparations which this wretch advertises for sale as the result of his own labors and discoveries, is ozone. Pacific Medical and Surgical Journal, reprinted in the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal, Volume 91, page 373. One among many examples is William Radum, a German immigrant to the U.S., who, in the 1880s, started to sell his microbe killer throughout the United States and, soon afterwards, in Britain and throughout the British colonies. His concoction was widely advertised as being able to cure all diseases, 23, and this phrase was even embossed on the glass bottles the medicine was sold in. In fact, Radum's medicine was a therapeutically useless, and in large quantities actively poisonous, dilute solution of sulfuric acid, colored with a little red wine. 22. Radum's publicity material, particularly his books, 23, provide an insight into the role that pseudoscience played in the development and marketing of quack medicines towards the end of the 19th century. Cartoon depicting a quack doctor using hypnotism, 1780, France. Similar advertising claims, 24, to those of Radum can be found throughout the 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st centuries. Dr. Sibley, an English patent medicine seller of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, even went so far as to claim that his reanimating solar tincture would, as the name implies, restore life in the event of sudden death. Another English quack, Dr. Solomon, claimed that his cordial balm of Gilead cured almost anything, but was particularly effective against all venereal complaints, from gonorrhea to onanism. Although it was basically just brandy flavored with herbs, the price of a bottle was a half-guinea, pound SD system, in 1800, 25, 155, B, equivalent to over £38, $52, in 2014, 20. Not all patent medicines were without merit. Turlington's Balsam of Life, first marketed in the mid-18th century, did have genuinely beneficial properties. This medicine continued to be sold under the original name into the early 20th century, and can still be found in the British and American pharmacopoeias as compound tincture of benzoin. In these cases, the treatments likely lacked empirical support when they were introduced to the market, and their benefits were simply a convenient coincidence discovered after the fact. The end of the road for the quack medicines, now considered grossly fraudulent in the nations of North America and Europe, came in the early 20th century. February 21, 1906 saw the passage into law of the Pure Food and Drug Act in the United States. This was the result of decades of campaigning by both government departments and the medical establishment, supported by a number of publishers and journalists. One of the most effective was Samuel Hopkins Adams, who wrote The Great American Fraud series in Collier's in 1905. 26. This American Act was followed 3 years later by similar legislation in Britain and in other European nations. Between them, these laws began to remove the more outrageously dangerous contents from patent and proprietary medicines, and to force quack medicine proprietors to stop making some of their more blatantly dishonest claims. The Act, however, left advertising and claims of effectiveness unregulated, as the Supreme Court interpreted it to mean only that ingredients on labels had to be accurate. Language in the 1912 Shirley Amendment, meant to close this loophole, was limited to regulating claims that were false and fraudulent, creating the need to show intent. Throughout the early 20th century, the American Medical Association collected material on medical quackery, and one of their members and medical editors in particular, Arthur J. Cramp, devoted his career to criticizing such products. The AMA's Department of Investigation closed in 1975, but their only archive open to non-members remains, the American Medical Association Health Fraud and Alternative Medicine Collection, 27. Medical quackery and promotion of nostrums and worthless drugs were among the most prominent abuses that led to formal self-regulation in business and, in turn, to the creation of the Better Business Bureau. 28, 1217. Contemporary culture. Electrometabograph machine on display in the Quackery Hall of Fame in the Science Museum of Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota, U.S. Quackery is the promotion of false and unproven health schemes for a profit. It is rooted in the traditions of the marketplace, with commercialism overwhelming professionalism in the marketing of alternative medicine. 29. Quackery is most often used to denote the peddling of the cure-alls described above. Quackery is an ongoing problem that can be found in any culture and in every medical tradition. Unlike other advertising mediums, rapid advancements in communication through the internet have opened doors for an unregulated market of quack cures and marketing campaigns rivaling the early 20th century. Most people with an email account have experienced the marketing tactics of spamming, in which modern forms of quackery are touted as miraculous remedies for weight loss and sexual enhancement, as well as outlets for medicines of unknown quality. India. In 2008, the Hindustan Times reported that some officials and doctors estimated that there were more than 40,000 quacks practicing in Delhi, following outrage over a multi-state racket where unqualified doctors conducted hundreds of illegal kidney transplants for huge profits. 30. The president of the Indian Medical Association, IMA, in 2008 criticized the central government for failing to address the problem of quackery and for not framing any laws against it. 30. In 2017, IMA again asked for an anti-quackery law with stringent action against those practicing without a license. 31. As of 2021, the Government of India is yet to pass an anti-quackery law, citation needed. Ministry of Ayush. In 2014, the Government of India formed a Ministry of Ayush that includes the 7 traditional systems of healthcare. The Ministry of Ayush expanded from Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Soarigpa and Homeopathy, is purposed with developing education, research and propagation of indigenous alternative medicine systems in India. The ministry has faced significant criticism for funding systems that lack biological plausibility and are either untested or conclusively proven as ineffective. Quality of research has been poor, and drugs have been launched without any rigorous pharmacological studies and meaningful clinical trials on Ayurveda or other alternative healthcare systems. 32, 33. There is no credible efficacy or scientific basis of any of these forms of treatment. 34. A strong consensus prevails among the scientific community that homeopathy is a pseudoscientific. 35, 36, 37, 38, unethical. 39, 40, and implausible line of treatment. 41, 42, 43, 44. Ayurveda is deemed to be pseudoscientific. 45, 46, 47. Much of the research on postural yoga has taken the form of preliminary studies or clinical trials of low methodological quality. Wink with a frown. 48, 49, 50. There is no conclusive therapeutic effect except in back pain. 51. Naturopathy is considered to be a form of pseudoscientific quackery. 52. Ineffective and possibly harmful. 53, 54. With a plethora of ethical concerns about the very practice. 55, 56, 57. Unani lacks biological plausibility and is considered to be pseudoscientific quackery, as well. 58, 59. United States. Though radia powder box, an example of radioactive quackery. While quackery is often aimed at the aged or chronically ill, it can be aimed at all age groups, including teens, and the FDA has mentioned 60. Some areas where potential quackery may be a problem: breast developers, weight loss, steroids and growth hormones, tanning and tanning pills, hair removal and growth, and look-alike drugs. In 1992, the president of the National Council Against Health Fraud, William T. Jarvis, wrote in Clinical Chemistry that contemporary culture. Electrometabograph machine on display in the Quackery Hall of Fame in the Science Museum of Minnesota, St. Paul, Minnesota, U.S. Quackery is the promotion of false and unproven health schemes for a profit. It is rooted in the traditions of the marketplace, with commercialism overwhelming professionalism in the marketing of alternative medicine. 29. Quackery is most often used to denote the peddling of the cure-alls described above. Quackery is an ongoing problem that can be found in any culture and in every medical tradition. Unlike other advertising mediums, rapid advancements in communication through the internet have opened doors for an unregulated market of quack cures and marketing campaigns rivaling the early 20th century. Most people with an email account have experienced the marketing tactics of spamming, in which modern forms of quackery are touted as miraculous remedies for weight loss and sexual enhancement, as well as outlets for medicines of unknown quality. India. In 2008, the Hindustan Times reported that some officials and doctors estimated that there were more than 40,000 quacks practicing in Delhi, following outrage over a multi-state racket where unqualified doctors conducted hundreds of illegal kidney transplants for huge profits. 30. The president of the Indian Medical Association, IMA, in 2008 criticized the central government for failing to address the problem of quackery and for not framing any laws against it. 30. In 2017, IMA again asked for an anti-quackery law with stringent action against those practicing without a license. 31. As of 2021, the Government of India is yet to pass an anti-quackery law, citation needed. Ministry of Ayush. In 2014, the Government of India formed a Ministry of Ayush that includes the 7 traditional systems of healthcare. The Ministry of Ayush, expanded from Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Soarigpa and Homeopathy, is purposed with developing education, research and propagation of indigenous alternative medicine systems in India. The ministry has faced significant criticism for funding systems that lack biological plausibility and are either untested or conclusively proven as ineffective. Quality of research has been poor, and drugs have been launched without any rigorous pharmacological studies and meaningful clinical trials on Ayurveda or other alternative healthcare systems. 32, 33. There is no credible efficacy or scientific basis of any of these forms of treatment. 34. A strong consensus prevails among the scientific community that homeopathy is a pseudoscientific, 35, 36, 37, 38, unethical, 39, 40, and implausible line of treatment, 41, 42, 43, 44, Ayurveda is deemed to be pseudoscientific. 45, 46, 47, much of the research on postural yoga has taken the form of preliminary studies or clinical trials of low methodological quality. Wink with a frown. 48, 49, 50, there is no conclusive therapeutic effect except in back pain. 51, naturopathy is considered to be a form of pseudoscientific quackery. 52, ineffective and possibly harmful. 53, 54, with a plethora of ethical concerns about the very practice. 55, 56, 57. Unani lacks biological plausibility and is considered to be pseudoscientific quackery, as well. 58, 59. United States. Though radia powder box, an example of radioactive quackery. While quackery is often aimed at the aged or chronically ill, it can be aimed at all age groups, including teens, and the FDA has mentioned 60, some areas where potential quackery may be a problem: breast developers, weight loss, steroids and growth hormones, tanning and tanning pills, hair removal and growth, and look-alike drugs. In 1992, the president of the National Council Against Health Fraud, William T. Jarvis, wrote in Clinical Chemistry that the U.S. Congress determined quackery to be the most harmful consumer fraud against elderly people. Americans waste $27 billion annually on questionable health care, exceeding the amount spent on biomedical research. Quackery is characterized by the promotion of false and unproven health schemes for profit and does not necessarily involve imposture, fraud, or greed. The real issues in the war against quackery are the principles, including scientific rationale, encoded into consumer protection laws, primarily the U.S. Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. More such laws are badly needed. Regulators are failing the public by enforcing laws inadequately, applying double standards, and accrediting pseudomedicine. Non-scientific health care, example acupuncture, Ayurvedic medicine, chiropractic, homeopathy, naturopathy, is licensed by individual states. Practitioners use unscientific practices and deception on a public who, lacking complex healthcare knowledge, must rely upon the trustworthiness of providers. Quackery not only harms people, it undermines the scientific enterprise and should be actively opposed by every scientist. 61. Scientology's e-meter, a quack device for measuring engrams. 62, 63. For those in the practice of any medicine, to allege quackery is to level a serious objection to a particular form of practice. Most developed countries have a governmental agency, such as the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, in the U.S., whose purpose is to monitor and regulate the safety of medications as well as the claims made by the manufacturers of new and existing products, including drugs and nutritional supplements or vitamins. The Federal Trade Commission, FTC, participates in some of these efforts. 64. To better address less regulated products, in 2000, U.S. President Clinton signed Executive Order 13147 that created the White House Commission on Complementary and Alternative Medicine. In 2002, the Commission's final report made several suggestions regarding education, research, implementation, and reimbursement as ways to evaluate the risks and benefits of each. 65. As a direct result, more public dollars have been allocated for research into some of these methods. The 1929 Revigator, sometimes misspelled Revigorator, was a pottery crock lined with radioactive ore that emitted radon. Individuals and non-governmental agencies are active in attempts to expose quackery. According to John C. Norcross et al. Less is consensus about ineffective compared to effective procedures, but identifying both pseudoscientific, unvalidated, or quack psychotherapies and assessment measures of questionable validity on psychometric grounds was pursued by various authors. 66. 515 The evidence-based practice, EBP, movement in mental health emphasizes the consensus in psychology that psychological practice should rely on empirical research. 66. 515, 522 There are also anti-quackery websites, such as Quackwatch, that help consumers evaluate claims. 67. Quackwatch's information is relevant to both consumers and medical professionals. 68. Presence and acceptance. This section needs additional citations for verification. Please help improve this article by adding citations to reliable sources in this section. Unsourced material may be challenged and removed. June 2021, learn how and when to remove this template message. The P-Looker, Piskijger, David Teniers the Younger, 1660. A quack selling cards with a verse from the Quran which is supposed to protect the wearer from snake bites. Tabant, 8 Bugmez Valley, Central Morocco, 2009. The Quack Doctor, Jan Victors, circa 1635. There have been several suggested reasons why quackery is accepted by patients in spite of its lack of effectiveness. Ignorance. Those who perpetuate quackery may do so to take advantage of ignorance about conventional medical treatments versus alternative treatments, or may themselves be ignorant regarding their own claims. Mainstream medicine has produced many remarkable advances, so people may tend to also believe groundless claims. Placebo effect. Medicines or treatments known to have no pharmacological effect on a disease can still affect a person's perception of their illness, and this belief in its turn does indeed sometimes have a therapeutic effect, causing the patient's condition to improve. This is not to say that no real cure of biological illness is affected, though we might describe a placebo effect as being all in the mind. We now know that there is a genuine neurobiological basis to this phenomenon. 69. Irrelevant citation. People report reduced pain, increased well-being, improvement, or even total alleviation of symptoms. For some, the presence of a caring practitioner and the dispensation of medicine is curative in itself. Regression fallacy, lack of understanding that health conditions change with no treatment and attributing changes in ailments to a given therapy. 70. Confirmation bias, the tendency to search for, interpret, or prioritize information in a way that confirms one's beliefs or hypotheses. It is a type of cognitive bias and a systematic error of inductive reasoning. Distrust of conventional medicine. Many people, for various reasons, have a distrust of conventional medicine, or of the regulating organizations such as the FDA, or the major drug corporations. For example, CAM may represent a response to disenfranchisement, discrimination, in conventional medical settings and resulting distrust. 71. Conspiracy theories. Anti-quackery activists, quackbusters, are often falsely accused of being part of a huge conspiracy to suppress unconventional and/or natural therapies, as well as those who promote them. It is alleged that this conspiracy is backed and funded by the pharmaceutical industry and the established medical care system, represented by the AMA, FDA, ADA, CDC, WHO, etc., for the purpose of preserving their power and increasing their profits. This idea is often held by people with anti-science views. Fear of side effects. A great variety of pharmaceutical medications can have very distressing side effects, and many people fear surgery and its consequences, so they may opt to shy away from these mainstream treatments. Cost. There are some people who simply cannot afford conventional treatment and seek out a cheaper alternative. Non-conventional practitioners can often dispense treatment at a much lower cost. This is compounded by reduced access to healthcare. Desperation. People with a serious or terminal disease, or who have been told by their practitioner that their condition is untreatable, may react by seeking out treatment, disregarding the lack of scientific proof for its effectiveness, or even the existence of evidence that the method is ineffective or even dangerous. Despair may be exacerbated by the lack of palliative non-curative end-of-life care. Between 2012 and 2018, appeals on UK crowdfunding sites for cancer treatment with an alternative health element have raised £8 million. This is described as a new and lucrative revenue stream for cranks, charlatans, and con men who prey on the vulnerable. 72. Pride. Once people have endorsed or defended a cure, or invested time and money in it, they may be reluctant or embarrassed to admit its ineffectiveness and therefore recommend a treatment that does not work. Fraud. Some practitioners, fully aware of the ineffectiveness of their medicine, may intentionally produce fraudulent scientific studies and medical test results, thereby confusing any potential consumers as to the effectiveness of the medical treatment. Deceased. Thomas Allinson, 1858–1918, founder of naturopathy. His views often brought him into conflict with the Royal College of Physicians of Edinburgh and the General Medical Council, particularly his opposition to doctors' frequent use of drugs, his opposition to vaccination and his self-promotion in the press. 73. His views and publication of them led to him being labeled a quack and being struck off by the General Medical Council for infamous conduct in a professional respect. 74, 75. Lovisa Arberg, 1801–1881, the first Swedish female doctor. Arberg was met with strong resistance from male doctors and was accused of quackery. During the formal examination she was acquitted of all charges and allowed to practice medicine in Stockholm even though it was forbidden for women in the 1820s. She later received a medal for her work, citation needed. Johanna Brandt, 1876–1964, a South African naturopath who advocated the grape cure as a cure for cancer. 76. John R. Brinkley, 1885–1942, a non-physician and xenotransplant specialist in Kansas, U.S., who claimed to have discovered a method of effectively transplanting the testicles of goats into aging men. After state authorities took steps to shut down his practice, he retaliated by entering politics in 1930 and unsuccessfully running for the office of governor of Kansas. 77. Hulda Reger Clark, 1928–2009, was a controversial naturopath, author, and practitioner of alternative medicine who claimed to be able to cure all diseases and advocated methods that have no scientific validity. 78. Max Gerson, 1881–1959, was a German-born American physician who developed a dietary-based alternative cancer treatment that he claimed could cure cancer and most chronic, degenerative diseases. His treatment was called the Gerson therapy. Most notably, Gerson therapy was used, unsuccessfully, to treat Jessica Ainscough and Gary Winogrand. According to Quackwatch, Gerson Institute claims of cure are based not on actual documentation of survival, but on a combination of the doctor's estimate that the departing patient has a reasonable chance of surviving, plus feelings that the Institute's staff have about the status of people who call in. 79. The American Cancer Society reports that, here is no reliable scientific evidence that Gerson therapy is effective. 80. The Quack, Jan Steen, c. 1650–60. Samuel Hahnemann, 1755–1843, founder of homeopathy. Hahnemann believed that all diseases were caused by miasms, which he defined as irregularities in the patient's vital force. 81. He also said that illnesses could be treated by substances that in a healthy person produced similar symptoms to the illness, in extremely low concentrations, with the therapeutic effect increasing with dilution and repeated shaking. 82, 83, 84. Lawrence B. Hamlin, in 1916, was fined under the 1906 U.S. Pure Food and Drug Act for advertising that his wizard oil could kill cancer. 85. L. Ron Hubbard, 1911–1986, was the founder of the Church of Scientology. He was an American science fiction writer, former U.S. Navy officer, and creator of Dianetics. He has been commonly called a quack and a con man by both critics of Scientology and by many psychiatric organizations, in part for his often extreme anti-psychiatric beliefs and false claims about technologies such as the e-meter, 86, 87, 88. Linda Hazard, 1867–1938, was a self-declared doctor and fasting specialist, which she advertised as a panacea for every medical ailment. Up to 40 patients may have died of starvation in her sanitarium in Olalla, Washington, U.S. Imprisoned for one death in 1912, Hazard was paroled in 1915 and continued to practice medicine without a license in New Zealand, 1915–1920, and Washington, U.S., 1920–1935. Died in 1938 while attempting a fasting to cure herself, 89. William Donald Kelly, 1925–2005, was an orthodontist and a follower of Max Gerson who developed his own alternative cancer treatment called nonspecific metabolic therapy. This treatment is based on the unsubstantiated belief that wrong foods cause malignancy to grow, while proper foods allow natural body defenses to work. 90. It involves, specifically, treatment with pancreatic enzymes, 50 daily vitamins and minerals, including Laetrile, frequent body shampoos, coffee enemas, and a specific diet. 91. According to Quackwatch, not only is his therapy ineffective, 92, but people with cancer who take it die more quickly and have a worse quality of life than those having standard treatment, and can develop serious or fatal side effects. Kelly's most famous patient was actor Steve McQueen. John Harvey Kellogg, 1852–1943, was a medical doctor in Battle Creek, Michigan, U.S., who ran a sanitarium using holistic methods, with a particular focus on nutrition, enemas and exercise. Kellogg was an advocate of vegetarianism and invented the corn flake breakfast cereal with his brother, Will Keith Kellogg, 93. John St. John Long, 1798–1834, was an Irish artist who claimed to be able to cure tuberculosis by causing a sore or wound on the back of the patient, out of which the disease would exit. He was tried twice for manslaughter of his patients who died under this treatment. 94. Franz Anton Mesmer, 1734–1815, was a German physician and astrologist, who invented what he called magnetism animal. Theodor Morell, 1886–1948, a German physician best known as Adolf Hitler's personal doctor. Morell administered approximately 74 substances, in 28 different mixtures to Hitler, including heroin, cocaine, Dr. Koster's anti-gas pills, potassium bromide, papaverine, testosterone, vitamins and animal enzymes. 95, 96. Despite Hitler's dependence on Morell, and his recommendations of him to other Nazi leaders, Hermann Göring, Heinrich Himmler, Albert Speer and others quietly dismissed Morell as a quack. Daniel David Palmer, 1845–1913, was a grocery store owner that claimed to have healed a janitor of deafness after adjusting the alignment of his back. He founded the field of chiropractic based on the principle that all disease and ailments could be fixed by adjusting the alignment of someone's back. His hypothesis was disregarded by medical professionals at the time and despite a considerable following has yet to be scientifically proven. 97. Verification needed, not specific enough to verify. Palmer established a magnetic healing facility in Davenport, Iowa, styling himself Dr. Not everyone was convinced, as a local paper in 1894 wrote about him. A crank on magnetism has a crazy notion that he can cure the sick and crippled with his magnetic hands. His victims are the weak-minded, ignorant and superstitious, those foolish people who have been sick for years and have become tired of the regular physician and want health by the shortcut method. He has certainly profited by the ignorance of his victims. His increase in business shows what can be done in Davenport, even by a quack. 98. Louis Pasteur, 1822–1895, was a French chemist best known for his remarkable breakthroughs in microbiology. His experiments confirmed the germ theory of disease, also reducing mortality from puerperal fever, childbed, and he created the first vaccine for rabies. He is best known to the general public for showing how to stop milk and wine from going sour. This process came to be called pasteurization. His hypotheses initially met with much hostility, and he was accused of quackery on multiple occasions. However, he is now regarded as one of the three main founders of microbiology. together with Ferdinand Cohn and Robert Koch, 99. Linus Pauling, 1901–1994, a Nobel Prize winner in chemistry. Pauling spent much of his later career arguing for the treatment of somatic and psychological diseases with orthomolecular medicine. Among his claims were that the common cold could be cured with massive doses of vitamin C. Together with Ewan Cameron, he wrote the 1979 book Cancer and Vitamin C, which was again more popular with the public than the medical profession, which continued to regard claims about the effectiveness of vitamin C in treating or preventing cancer as quackery. 100. A biographer has discussed how controversial his views on megadoses of vitamin C have been and that he was still being called a fraud and a quack by opponents of his orthomolecular medicine. 101. Dr. John Henry Pinkard, 1866–1934, was a Roanoke, Virginia businessman and yarb doctor or herb doctor who concocted quack medicines that he sold and distributed in violation of the Food and Drugs Act and the earlier Pure Food and Drug Act. He was also known as a clairvoyant, herb doctor and spiritualist. 102. Some of Pinkard's sanguinaria compound, made from bloodroot or bloodwort, was seized by federal officials in 1931. Analysis by this department of a sample of the article showed that it consisted essentially of extracts of plant drugs including sanguinaria, sugar, alcohol, and water. It was alleged in the information that the article was misbranded in that certain statements, designs, and devices regarding the therapeutic and curative effects of the article, appearing on the bottle label, falsely and fraudulently represented that it would be effective as a treatment, remedy, and cure for pneumonia, coughs, weak lungs, asthma, kidney, liver, bladder, or any stomach troubles, and effective as a great blood and nerve tonic. He pleaded guilty and was fined. 103. Wilhelm Reich, 1897–1957, Austrian-American psychoanalyst, claimed that he had discovered a primordial cosmic energy called orgone. He developed several devices, including the cloud buster and the orgone accumulator, that he believed could use orgone to manipulate the weather, battle space aliens and cure diseases, including cancer. After an investigation, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration concluded that they were dealing with a fraud of the first magnitude. On February 10, 1954, the U.S. Attorney for Maine filed a complaint seeking a permanent injunction under Sections 301 and 302 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, to prevent interstate shipment of orgone accumulators and to ban some of Reich's writing promoting and advertising the devices. Reich refused to appear in court, arguing that no court was in a position to evaluate his work. Reich was arrested for contempt of court and convicted to 2 years in jail, a $10,000 fine, and his orgone accumulators and work on orgone were ordered to be destroyed. On August 23, 1956, 6 tons of his books, journals, and papers were burned in the 25th Street Public Incinerator in New York. On March 12, 1957, he was sent to Danbury Federal Prison, where Richard C. Hubbard, a psychiatrist who admired Reich, examined him, recording paranoia manifested by delusions of grandiosity, persecution, and ideas of reference. 9 months later, on November 18, 1957, Reich died of a heart attack while he was in the federal penitentiary in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. William Herbert Sheldon, 1898–1977, who created the theory of somatotypes corresponding to intelligence. 104, 105. Information age quackery. A form of quackery common in the 21st century is laypeople using online sites, such as WebMD, to find diagnoses. The best way to avoid falling victim to this is to make an appointment with a certified physician at a local hospital. Writing in the New York Times Magazine, Virginia Heffernan criticized WebMD for biasing readers toward drugs that are sold by the site's pharmaceutical sponsors, even when they are unnecessary. She wrote that WebMD has become permeated with pseudomedicine and subtle misinformation. 106. See also: Association for Science in Autism Treatment, Confidence Trick, Crystal Healing, Detoxification Foot Baths, Healthcare Fraud, List of topics characterized as pseudoscience, Medical Error, Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, Osteopathy, Psychic, Quackdown. Quackery derives from the word quacksalver, someone who boasts about his salves. Dictionaries define quack as a pretender to medical skill, a charlatan and one who talks pretentiously without sound knowledge of the subject discussed. These definitions suggest that the promotion of quackery involves deliberate deception, but many promoters sincerely believe in what they are doing. The FDA defines health fraud as the promotion, for profit, of a medical remedy known to be false or unproven. This also can cause confusion because in ordinary usage and in the courts, the word fraud connotes deliberate deception. Quackery's paramount characteristic is promotion, quacks quack, rather than fraud, greed, or misinformation. Quackery is not a label automatically applied to methods that are labeled natural, or alternative, or non-standard. Judgments about individual methods should be based on whether or not there is scientific evidence of effectiveness. Most people think of quackery as promoted by charlatans who deliberately exploit their victims. Actually, most promoters are unwitting victims who share misinformation and personal experiences with others. Distributors who market the health-related products of multilevel companies typically have been persuaded by friends, relatives, and neighbors who believe the products are effective. Pharmacists also profit from the sale of nutrition supplements that few customers need. In most cases, pharmacists do not champion the products but simply profit from the misleading promotions of others. Much quackery is involved in telling people something is bad for them, such as food additives, and selling a substitute, such as organic or natural food. Quackery is also involved in misleading advertising of dietary supplements, homeopathic products, herbs, and some non-prescription drugs. In many such instances no individual quack is involved, just deception by manufacturers and their advertising agencies. Quackery is not an all-or-nothing phenomenon. A practitioner may be scientific in many respects and only minimally involved in unscientific practices. Also, products and procedures can be useful for some purposes but worthless for others. For example, vitamin B12 shots are life-saving in cases of pernicious anemia, but giving them frequently to pep you up is a sign of poor judgment, greed, or both. Spinal manipulation may be effective for relief of appropriately selected cases of low back pain, but manipulation to correct chiropractic's imaginary subluxations is quackery. Quackery and poor medical care overlap but are not identical. Quackery entails the use of methods that are not scientifically accepted. Malpractice involves failure by a health professional to meet accepted standards of diagnosis and treatment. It includes situations in which the practitioner was negligent while using standard methods of care. Leaving a surgical instrument in a patient's abdomen or operating on the wrong part of the body are examples of malpractice unrelated to quackery. Quackery can be broadly defined as anything involving overpromotion in the field of health. This definition would include questionable ideas as well as questionable products and services, regardless of the sincerity of their promoters. In line with this definition, the word fraud would be reserved only for situations in which deliberate deception is involved. Unproven methods are not necessarily quackery. Those consistent with established scientific concepts may be considered experimental. Legitimate researchers and practitioners do not promote unproven procedures in the marketplace but engage in responsible, properly designed studies. Methods not compatible with established scientific concepts should be classified as nonsensical or disproven rather than experimental. Methods that sound scientific but are nonsensical can also be classified as pseudoscientific. Folk medicine, even when known to be erroneous, is not generally considered quackery so long as it is not done for gain. Thus, self-treatment, family home treatment, neighborly medical advice, and the non-commercial activities of folk healers should not be labeled as quackery. However, folk medicine and quackery are closely connected because folk medicine often provides a basis for commercial exploitation. For example, herbs long gathered for personal use have been packaged and promoted by modern entrepreneurs, and practitioners who once served their neighbors voluntarily or for gratuities may market themselves outside their traditional communities. All things considered, I find it most useful to define quackery as the promotion of unsubstantiated methods that lack a scientifically plausible rationale. Promotion usually involves a profit motive. Unsubstantiated means either unproven or disproven. Implausible means that it either clashes with well-established facts or makes so little sense that it is not worth testing. The abdomen, colloquially called the belly, tummy, midriff, tucky, or stomach, is the part of the body between the thorax, chest, and pelvis, in humans and in other vertebrates. The abdomen is the front part of the abdominal segment of the torso. The area occupied by the abdomen is called the abdominal cavity. In arthropods it is the posterior tagma of the body. It follows the thorax or cephalothorax. 1. In humans, the abdomen stretches from the thorax at the thoracic diaphragm to the pelvis at the pelvic brim. The pelvic brim stretches from the lumbosacral joint, the intervertebral disc between L5 and S1, to the pubic symphysis and is the edge of the pelvic inlet. The space above this inlet and under the thoracic diaphragm is termed the abdominal cavity. The boundary of the abdominal cavity is the abdominal wall in the front and the peritoneal surface at the rear. In vertebrates, the abdomen is a large body cavity enclosed by the abdominal muscles, at the front and to the sides, and by part of the vertebral column at the back. Lower ribs can also enclose ventral and lateral walls. The abdominal cavity is continuous with, and above, the pelvic cavity. It is attached to the thoracic cavity by the diaphragm. Structures such as the aorta, inferior vena cava and esophagus pass through the diaphragm. Both the abdominal and pelvic cavities are lined by a serous membrane known as the parietal peritoneum. This membrane is continuous with the visceral peritoneum lining the organs. 2. The abdomen in vertebrates contains a number of organs belonging to, for instance, the digestive system, urinary system, and muscular system. Contents. Main article, Abdominal cavity. See also, List of organs of the human body. The abdominal cavity contains most organs of the digestive system, including the stomach, the small intestine, and the colon with its attached appendix. Other digestive organs are known as the accessory digestive organs and include the liver, its attached gallbladder, and the pancreas, and these communicate with the rest of the system via various ducts. The spleen, and organs of the urinary system including the kidneys, and adrenal glands also lie within the abdomen, along with many blood vessels including the aorta and inferior vena cava. The urinary bladder, uterus, fallopian tubes, and ovaries may be seen as either abdominal organs or as pelvic organs. Finally, the abdomen contains an extensive membrane called the peritoneum. A fold of peritoneum may completely cover certain organs, whereas it may cover only one side of organs that usually lie closer to the abdominal wall. This is called the retroperitoneum, and the kidneys and ureters are known as retroperitoneal organs. Abdominal organs can be highly specialized in some animals. For example, the stomach of ruminants, a suborder of mammals that includes cattle and sheep, is divided into 4 chambers: rumen, reticulum, omasum and abomasum. 3. View of the various organs and blood vessels in proximity with liver. View of the various organs and blood vessels in proximity with liver. The relations of the viscera and large vessels of the abdomen, seen from behind. The relations of the viscera and large vessels of the abdomen, seen from behind. There are 3 layers of muscles in the abdominal wall. They are, from the outside to the inside, external oblique, internal oblique, and transverse abdominal. 4. The first 3 layers extend between the vertebral column, the lower ribs, the iliac crest and pubis of the hip. All of their fibers merge towards the midline and surround the rectus abdominis in a sheath before joining up on the opposite side at the linea alba. Strength is gained by the crisscrossing of fibers, such that the external oblique runs downward and forward, the internal oblique upward and forward, and the transverse abdominal horizontally forward. 4. The transverse abdominal muscle is flat and triangular, with its fibers running horizontally. It lies between the internal oblique and the underlying transverse fascia. It originates from the inguinal ligament, costal cartilages 7 to 12, the iliac crest and thoracolumbar fascia. Inserts into the conjoint tendon, xiphoid process, linea alba and the pubic crest. The rectus abdominis muscles are long and flat. The muscle is crossed by 3 fibrous bands called the tendinous intersections. The rectus abdominis is enclosed in a thick sheath, formed as described above, by fibers from each of the 3 muscles of the lateral abdominal wall. They originate at the pubis bone, run up the abdomen on either side of the linea alba, and insert into the cartilages of the 5th, 6th, and 7th ribs. In the region of the groin, the inguinal canal, is a passage through the layers. This gap is where the testes can drop through the wall and where the fibrous cord from the uterus in the female runs. This is also where weakness can form, and cause inguinal hernias. 4. The pyramidalis muscle is small and triangular. It is located in the lower abdomen in front of the rectus abdominis. It originates at the pubic bone and is inserted into the linea alba halfway up to the navel. Function. Abdominal organs anatomy. Functionally, the human abdomen is where most of the digestive tract is placed and so most of the absorption and digestion of food occurs here. The alimentary tract in the abdomen consists of the lower esophagus, the stomach, the duodenum, the jejunum, ileum, the cecum and the appendix, the ascending, transverse and descending colons, the sigmoid colon and the rectum. Other vital organs inside the abdomen include the liver, the kidneys, the pancreas and the spleen. The abdominal wall is split into the posterior, back, lateral, sides, and anterior, front, walls. Movement, breathing and other functions. The abdominal muscles have different important functions. They assist as muscles of exhalation in the breathing process during forceful exhalation. Moreover, these muscles serve as protection for the inner organs. Furthermore, together with the back muscles they provide postural support and are important in defining the form. When the glottis is closed and the thorax and pelvis are fixed, they are integral in the cough, urination, defecation, childbirth, vomit, and singing functions. 4. When the pelvis is fixed, they can initiate the movement of the trunk in a forward motion. They also prevent hyperextension. When the thorax is fixed, they can pull up the pelvis and finally, they can bend the vertebral column sideways and assist in the trunk's rotation. 4. Posture. The transverse abdominis muscle is the deepest muscle, therefore, it cannot be touched from the outside. It can greatly affect the body's posture. The internal obliques are also deep and also affect body posture. Both of them are involved in rotation and lateral flexion of the spine and are used to bend and support the spine from the front. The external obliques are more superficial and they are also involved in rotation and lateral flexion of the spine. Also they stabilize the spine when upright. The rectus abdominis muscle is not the most superficial abdominal muscle. The tendinous sheath extending from the external obliques cover the rectus abdominis. The rectus abdominis is the muscle that very fit people develop into the six-pack ab look. Although it should really be a 10-pack as there are 5 vertical sections on each side. The 2 bottom sections are just above the pubic bone and usually not visible, hence, the six-pack abs. The rectus abdominal's function is to bend one's back forward, flexion. The main work of the abdominal muscles is to bend the spine forward when contracting concentrically. 5. Society and culture. See also, midriff and navel in popular culture. Social and cultural perceptions of the outward appearance of the abdomen has varying significance around the world. Depending on the type of society, excess weight can be perceived as an indicator of wealth and prestige due to excess food, or as a sign of poor health due to lack of exercise. In many cultures, bare abdomens are distinctly sexualized and perceived similarly to breast cleavage. Exercise. Main article, abdominal exercise. Being key elements of spinal support and contributors to good posture, it is important to properly exercise the abdominal muscles together with the back muscles because when these are weak or overly tight they can suffer painful spasms and injuries. When properly exercised, abdominal muscles contribute to improved posture and balance, reduce the likelihood of back pain episodes, reduce the severity of back pain, protect against injury by responding efficiently to stresses, help avoid some back surgeries, and help with the healing of back problems, or after spine surgery. When strengthened, the abdominal muscles provide flexibility as well. The abdominal muscles can be worked by practicing disciplines of general body strength such as Pilates, yoga, Tai Chi, and jogging. There are also specific routines which target each of these muscles. Clinical significance. Abdominal obesity is a condition where abdominal fat or visceral fat has built up excessively between the abdominal organs. This is associated with a higher risk of heart disease, asthma and type 2 diabetes. Abdominal trauma is an injury to the abdomen and can involve damage to the abdominal organs. There is an associated risk of severe blood loss and infection. 6. Injury to the lower chest can cause injuries to the spleen and liver. 7. A scaphoid abdomen is when the abdomen is sucked inwards. 8. In a newborn, it may represent a diaphragmatic hernia. 9. In general, it is indicative of malnutrition. 10. Disease. Main article, gastrointestinal disease. Many gastrointestinal diseases affect the abdominal organs. These include stomach disease, liver disease, pancreatic disease, gallbladder and bile duct disease. Intestinal diseases include enteritis, celiac disease, diverticulitis, and IBS. Examination. Different medical procedures can be used to examine the organs of the gastrointestinal tract. These include endoscopy, colonoscopy, sigmoidoscopy, enteroscopy, esophagogastroduodenoscopy, and virtual colonoscopy. There are also a number of medical imaging techniques that can be used. Surface landmarks are important in the examination of the abdomen. Surface landmarks. Surface projections of the organs of the trunk, from which organ locations are derived mainly from vertebral levels, ribs and the ilium. In the midline, a slight furrow extends from the xiphoid process above to the pubic symphysis below, representing the linea alba in the abdominal wall. At about its midpoint sits the umbilicus or navel. The rectus abdominis on each side of the linea alba stands out in muscular people. The outline of these muscles is interrupted by 3 or more transverse depressions indicating the tendinous intersections. There is usually one about the xiphoid process, one at the navel, and one in between. It is the combination of the linea alba and the tendinous intersections which form the abdominal six-pack sought after by many people. The upper lateral limit of the abdomen is the subcostal margin, at or near the subcostal plane, formed by the cartilages of the false ribs, 8, 9, 10, joining one another. The lower lateral limit is the anterior crest of the ilium and Puppar's ligament, which runs from the anterior superior spine of the ilium to the spine of the pubis. These lower limits are marked by visible grooves. Just above the pubic spines on either side are the external abdominal rings, which are openings in the muscular wall of the abdomen through which the spermatic cord emerges in the male, and through which an inguinal hernia may rupture. One method by which the location of the abdominal contents can be appreciated is to draw 3 horizontal and 2 vertical lines. Horizontal lines. Front of abdomen, showing markings for duodenum, pancreas, and kidneys. The highest of the former is the transpyloric line of C. Addison, which is situated halfway between the suprasternal notch and the top of the pubic symphysis, and often cuts the pyloric opening of the stomach an inch to the right of the midline. The hilum of each kidney is a little below it, while its left end approximately touches the lower limit of the spleen. It corresponds to the first lumbar vertebra behind. The second line is the subcostal line, drawn from the lowest point of the subcostal arch, 10th rib. It corresponds to the upper part of the third lumbar vertebra, and it is an inch or so above the umbilicus. It indicates roughly the transverse colon, the lower ends of the kidneys, and the upper limit of the transverse, third, part of the duodenum. The third line is called the intertubercular line, and runs across between the 2 rough tubercles, which can be felt on the outer lip of the crest of the ilium about 2.5 inches, 64 millimeters, from the anterior superior spine. This line corresponds to the body of the 5th lumbar vertebra, and passes through or just above the iliocecal valve, where the small intestine joins the large intestine. Vertical lines. The 2 vertical or mid-puppar lines are drawn from the point midway between the anterior superior spine and the pubic symphysis on each side, vertically upward to the costal margin. The right one is the most valuable, as the iliocecal valve is situated where it cuts the intertubercular line. The orifice of the appendix lies an inch lower, at McBurney's point. In its upper part, the vertical line meets the transpyloric line at the lower margin of the ribs, usually the 9th, and here the gallbladder is situated. The left mid-puppar line corresponds in its upper 3/4 to the inner edge of the descending colon. The right subcostal margin corresponds to the lower limit of the liver, while the right nipple is about half an inch above its upper limit. Quadrants and regions. Side-by-side comparison of quadrants and regions. Main article, Quadrants and regions of abdomen. The abdomen can be divided into quadrants or regions to describe the location of an organ or structure. Classically, quadrants are described as the left upper, left lower, right upper, and right lower. Citation needed. Quadrants are also often used in describing the site of an abdominal pain. 11. The abdomen can also be divided into 9 regions. Right hypochondriac/hypochondrium epigastric/epigastrium, left hypochondriac/hypochondrium. Right lumbar/flank/lattice/lateral umbilical, left lumbar/flank/lattice/lateral. Right inguinal/iliac hypogastric/suprapubic, left inguinal/iliac. These terms stem from hypo meaning below and api means above, while chondron means cartilage, in this case, the cartilage of the rib, and gaster means stomach. The reversal of left and right is intentional, because the anatomical designations reflect the patient's own right and left. The right iliac fossa, RIF, is a common site of pain and tenderness in patients who have appendicitis. The fossa is named for the underlying iliac fossa of the hip bone, and thus is somewhat imprecise. Most of the anatomical structures that will produce pain and tenderness in this region are not in fact in the concavity of the ilium. However, the term is in common usage. Other animals. The analogous gross morphologies of a human and an ant. In the worker ant, the abdomen consists of the propodium fused to the thorax and the metasoma, itself divided into the narrow petiole and bulbous gaster. In arthropods, the abdomen is built up of a series of upper plates known as tergites and lower plates known as sternites, the whole being held together by a tough yet stretchable membrane. The abdomen contains the insect's digestive tract and reproductive organs. It consists of 11 segments in most orders of insects, though the 11th segment is absent in the adult of most higher orders. The number of these segments does vary from species to species, with the number of segments visible reduced to only 7 in the common honeybee. In the collembola, springtails, the abdomen has only 6 segments. The abdomen is sometimes highly modified. In Apocrita, bees, ants and wasps, the first segment of the abdomen is fused to the thorax and is called the propodium. In ants, the second segment forms the narrow petiole. Some ants have an additional postpetiole segment, and the remaining segments form the bulbous gaster. 12. The petiole and gaster, abdominal segments 2 and onward, are collectively called the metasoma. Unlike other arthropods, insects possess no legs on the abdomen in adult form, though the Protura do have rudimentary leg-like appendages on the first 3 abdominal segments, and Archaeognatha possess small, articulated styli which are sometimes considered to be rudimentary appendages. Many larval insects, including the Lepidoptera and the Symphida, sawflies, have fleshy appendages called prolegs on their abdominal segments, as well as their more familiar thoracic legs, which allow them to grip onto the edges of plant leaves as they walk around. In arachnids, spiders, scorpions and relatives, the term abdomen is used interchangeably with opisthossoma, hind body, which is the body section posterior to that bearing the legs and head, the prosoma or cephalothorax. See also. This article uses anatomical terminology. The rectum, PL, rectums or recta, is the final straight portion of the large intestine in humans and some other mammals, and the gut in others. The adult human rectum is about 12 centimeters, 4.7 in, long, 2, and begins at the rectosigmoid junction, the end of the sigmoid colon, at the level of the third sacral vertebra or the sacral promontory depending upon what definition is used. 3. Its diameter is similar to that of the sigmoid colon at its commencement, but it is dilated near its termination, forming the rectal ampulla. 4. It terminates at the level of the anorectal ring, the level of the puborectalis sling, or the dentate line. Again, depending upon which definition is used. 3. In humans, the rectum is followed by the anal canal, which is about 4 centimeters, 1.6 in, long, before the gastrointestinal tract terminates at the anal verge. The word rectum comes from the Latin rectum intestinum, meaning straight intestine. Structure. The rectum lies in front of the sacrum. It lies behind the bladder in males, left, and the vagina and uterus in females, right. The rectum is a part of the lower gastrointestinal tract. The rectum is a continuation of the sigmoid colon, and connects to the anus. The rectum follows the shape of the sacrum and ends in an expanded section called an ampulla where feces is stored before its release via the anal canal. An ampulla, from Latin bottle, is a cavity, or the dilated end of a duct, shaped like a Roman ampulla. 5. The rectum joins with the sigmoid colon at the level of S3, and joins with the anal canal as it passes through the pelvic floor muscles. 5. Unlike other portions of the colon, the rectum does not have distinct tenii coli. 6. The tenii blend with one another in the sigmoid colon 5 cm above the rectum, becoming a singular longitudinal muscle that surrounds the rectum on all sides for its entire length. 7. 6. Blood supply and drainage. The blood supply of the rectum changes between the top and bottom portions. 8. The top 2/3 is supplied by the superior rectal artery. The lower third is supplied by the middle and inferior rectal arteries. 8. The superior rectal artery is a single artery that is a continuation of the inferior mesenteric artery. When it crosses the pelvic brim. 8. It enters the mesorectum at the level of S3, and then splits into 2 branches, which run at the lateral back part of the rectum, and then the sides of the rectum. These then end in branches in the submucosa, which join with anastomose, with branches of the middle and inferior rectal arteries. 8. Arteries of the pelvis. Arteries of the pelvis. Blood vessels of the rectum and anus. Blood vessels of the rectum and anus. Microanatomy. See also, gastrointestinal wall. The microanatomy of the wall of the rectum is similar to the rest of the gastrointestinal tract. Wink with a frown. 9, namely, that it possesses a mucosa with a lining of a single layer of column-shaped cells with mucus-secreting goblet cells interspersed, resting on a lamina propria, with a layer of smooth muscle called muscularis mucosa. This sits on an underlying submucosa of connective tissue, surrounded by a muscularis propria of two bands of muscle, an inner circular band and an outer longitudinal one. 10. There are a higher concentration of goblet cells in the rectal mucosa than other parts of the gastrointestinal tract. 9. The lining of the rectum changes sharply at the line where the rectum meets the anus. Here, the lining changes from the column-shaped cells of the rectum to multiple layers of flat cells. 9. Cross-section microscopic shot of the rectal wall. Cross-section microscopic shot of the rectal wall. Dog rectum cross-section, 40 times. Dog rectum cross-section, 40 times. Microscopic cross-section of the rectum of a dog, 400 times, showing a high concentration of goblet cells in amongst the column-shaped lining. Goblet cells can be seen as the circular cells with a clear inner material, cytoplasm. Microscopic cross-section of the rectum of a dog, 400 times, showing a high concentration of goblet cells in amongst the column-shaped lining. Goblet cells can be seen as the circular cells with a clear inner material, cytoplasm. This section relies largely or entirely upon a single source. Relevant discussion may be found on the talk page. Please help improve this article by introducing citations to additional sources at this section. January 2022, learn how and when to remove this template message. The rectum acts as a temporary storage site for feces. The rectum receives fecal material from the descending colon, transmitted through regular muscle contractions called peristalsis. 11. As the rectal walls expand due to the materials filling it from within, stretch receptors from the nervous system located in the rectal walls stimulate the desire to pass feces, a process called defecation. 11. An internal and external anal sphincter and resting contraction of the puborectalis prevent leakage of feces, fecal incontinence. As the rectum becomes more distended, the sphincters relax and a reflex expulsion of the contents of the rectum occurs. Expulsion occurs through contractions of the muscles of the rectum. 11. The urge to voluntarily defecate occurs after the rectal pressure increases to beyond 18 mm of mercury, and reflex expulsion at 55 mm of mercury. Involuntary defecation, in addition to contraction of the rectal muscles and relaxation of the external anal sphincter, abdominal muscle contraction, and relaxation of the puborectalis muscle occurs. This acts to make the angle between the rectum and anus straighter, and facilitate defecation. 11. Clinical significance. The inside of a normal human rectum in a 70-year-old, seen during colonoscopy. Retroflexed view of the human rectum seen at colonoscopy showing anal verge. A digital rectal exam is conducted to investigate or diagnose conditions including of the prostate. Examination. Main article, rectal exam. For the diagnosis of certain ailments, a rectal exam may be done. These include fecal impaction, prostatic cancer and benign prostatic hypertrophy in men, fecal incontinence, and internal hemorrhoids. 12. Forms of medical imaging used to examine the rectum include CT scans and MRI scans. An ultrasound probe may be inserted into the rectum to view nearby structures such as the prostate. Colonoscopy and sigmoidoscopy are forms of endoscopy that use a guided camera to directly view the rectum. The instruments may have the ability to take biopsies if needed, for diagnosis of diseases such as cancer. A proctoscope is another instrument that is used to visualize the rectum. Body temperature can also be taken in the rectum. Rectal temperature can be taken by inserting a medical thermometer not more than 25 mm, 1 inch, into the rectum via the anus. A mercury thermometer should be inserted for 3 to 5 minutes, a digital thermometer should remain inserted until it beeps. Normal rectal temperature generally ranges from 36 to 38 degrees Celsius, 96.8 to 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit, and is about 0.5 degrees Celsius 1 degree Fahrenheit above oral, mouth, temperature and about 1 degree Celsius 2 degrees Fahrenheit above axilla, armpit, temperature. Citation needed. Availability of less invasive temperature-taking methods including tympanic, ear, and forehead thermometers has facilitated reduced use of this method. Route of administration. Main article, rectal administration. Some medications are also administered via the rectum, Latin, per rectum. 13. By their definitions, suppositories are inserted, and enemas are injected into the rectum. 14. 15. Medications might be given via the rectum to relieve constipation, to treat conditions near the rectum, such as fissures or hemorrhoids, or to give medications that are systemically active when taking them by mouth is not possible. 16. People do not tend to like medications administered by this route because of both Cultural issues, discomfort, and issues that may affect the medication working, such as leakage. 16. Constipation. Main article, constipation. One cause of constipation is fecal impaction in the rectum, in which a dry, hard stool forms. Citation needed. Constipation is most commonly due to dietary and lifestyle factors such as inadequate hydration, immobility, and lack of dietary fiber, although there are many potential causes. 17. Such causes may include obstruction because of narrowing, local disease, such as Crohn's disease, fissures or hemorrhoids, or diseases affecting the neurological control of the bowel or slow bowel. Transit time, including spinal cord injury and multiple sclerosis, use of medications such as opioids, and conditions such as diabetes mellitus, as well as severe illness. 17. High calcium levels and low thyroid activity may also cause constipation. 17. Testing may be carried out to investigate the cause. This may include blood tests such as biochemistry, calcium levels, thyroid function tests. 17. A digital rectal examination may be performed to see if there is stool in the rectum, and whether there is an obstruction. 17. When symptoms such as weight loss, bleeding through the rectum, or pain are present, additional investigations such as a CT scan may be ordered. 17. If constipation persists despite simple treatments, testing may also include anal manometry to measure pressures in the anus and rectum, electrophysiological studies, and magnetic resonance proctography. 17. In general, however, constipation is treated by improving factors such as hydration, exercise, and dietary fiber. 17. Laxatives may be used. Constipation that persists may require enemas or suppositories. Sometimes, use of the fingers or hand, manual evacuation, is required. Citation needed. Although peristalsis in the colon delivers material to the rectum, laxatives such as bisacodyl or senna that induce peristalsis in the large bowel do not appear to initiate peristalsis in the rectum. They induce a sensation of rectal fullness and contraction that frequently leads to defecation, but without the distinct waves of activity characteristic of peristalsis. 18. Inflammation. Proctitis is inflammation of the anus and the rectum. Ulcerative colitis, one form of inflammatory bowel disease that causes ulcers that affect the rectum. This may be episodic, over a person's lifetime. These may cause blood to be visible in the stool. As of 2014, the cause is unknown. Cancer. Rectal cancer, a subgroup of colorectal cancer specific to the rectum. Other diseases. Other diseases of the rectum include rectal prolapse, referring to the prolapse of the rectum into the anus or external area. This is commonly caused by a weakened pelvic floor after childbirth. In the context of mesenteric ischemia, the upper rectum is sometimes referred to as Sudeck's point and is of clinical importance as a watershed region between the inferior mesenteric artery circulation and the internal iliac artery circulation via the middle rectal artery and thus prone to ischemia. Sudeck's point is often referred to along with Griffith's point at the splenic flexure as a watershed region. Society and culture. Sexual stimulation. See also, anal sex. Due to the proximity of the anterior wall of the rectum to the vagina in females or to the prostate in males, and the shared nerves thereof, rectal stimulation or penetration can result in sexual arousal. History. Etymology. English rectum is derived from the Latin intestinum rectum, 19, straight gut, 20, 21, a calc, 22, 23, of ancient Greek pi epsilon upsilon theta upsilon sigma mu nu omicron nu tau epsilon rho omicron nu, derived from pi epsilon upsilon theta nu epsilon iota nu, to make straight, 24, and nu tau epsilon rho omicron nu, gut, 24, attested in the writings of Greek physician Galen, 22, 23. During his anatomic investigations on animal corpses, Galen observed the rectum to be straight instead of curved as in humans. 22, 23. The expressions pi epsilon upsilon theta upsilon sigma mu nu omicron nu tau epsilon rho omicron nu and intestinum rectum are therefore not appropriate. Descriptions of the rectum in humans. Euphuismenon, 25, is the Latinization of pi epsilon upsilon theta upsilon sigma mu nu omicron nu, and euthienteron, 26, has a similar meaning, epsilon theta straight, 24. Much of the knowledge of the anatomy of the rectum comes from detailed descriptions provided by Andreas Vesalius in 1543, 27. See also, gastrointestinal tract, Murphy drip, pectinate line, rectal prolapse, rectal thermometry. This article is about the animal circulatory system. For plants, see vascular tissue. Several terms redirect here. For the song by Ed Sheeran, see bloodstream, song. For the album by Youves, see cardiovascular. Circulatory system. The human circulatory system, simplified. Red indicates oxygenated blood carried in arteries. Blue indicates deoxygenated blood carried in veins. Capillaries join the arteries and veins. Identifiers. Mesh D002319. Ta 98A12.0.00.000. Ta 2 3891. FMA 7161. Anatomical terminology. Edit on Wikidata. The blood circulatory system is a system of organs that includes the heart, blood vessels, and blood which is circulated throughout the entire body of a human or other vertebrate. 1. 2. It includes the cardiovascular system, or vascular system, that consists of the heart and blood vessels, from Greek cardia meaning heart, and from Latin vascula meaning vessels. The circulatory system has two divisions, a systemic circulation or circuit, and a pulmonary circulation or circuit. 3. Some sources use the terms cardiovascular system and vascular system interchangeably with the circulatory system. 4. The network of blood vessels are the great vessels of the heart including large elastic arteries, and large veins, other arteries, smaller arterioles, capillaries that join with venules, small veins, and other veins. The circulatory system is closed in vertebrates, which means that the blood never leaves the network of blood vessels. Some invertebrates such as arthropods have an open circulatory system. Diploblasts such as sponges and comb jellies lack a circulatory system. Blood is a fluid consisting of plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. It is circulated around the body carrying oxygen and nutrients to the tissues and collecting and disposing of waste materials. Circulated nutrients include proteins and minerals, and other components include hemoglobin, hormones, and gases such as oxygen and carbon dioxide. These substances provide nourishment, help the immune system to fight diseases, and help maintain homeostasis by stabilizing temperature and natural pH. In vertebrates, the lymphatic system is complementary to the circulatory system. The lymphatic system carries excess plasma, filtered from the circulatory system capillaries as interstitial fluid between cells, away from the body tissues via accessory routes that return excess fluid back to blood circulation as lymph. 5. The lymphatic system is a subsystem that is essential for the functioning of the blood circulatory system. Without it the blood would become depleted of fluid. The lymphatic system also works with the immune system. 6. The circulation of lymph takes much longer than that of blood. 7. And, unlike the closed, blood circulatory system, the lymphatic system is an open system. Some sources describe it as a secondary circulatory system. The circulatory system can be affected by many cardiovascular diseases. Cardiologists are medical professionals which specialize in the heart, and cardiothoracic surgeons specialize in operating on the heart and its surrounding areas. Vascular surgeons focus on disorders of the blood vessels and lymphatic vessels. Structure. Blood flow in the pulmonary and systemic circulations showing capillary networks in the torso sections. The circulatory system includes the heart, blood vessels, and blood. 2. The cardiovascular system in all vertebrates consists of the heart and blood vessels. The circulatory system is further divided into two major circuits, a pulmonary circulation and a systemic circulation. 8. 1. 3. The pulmonary circulation is a circuit loop from the right heart taking deoxygenated blood to the lungs where it is oxygenated and returned to the left heart. The systemic circulation is a circuit loop that delivers oxygenated blood from the left heart to the rest of the body, and returns deoxygenated blood back to the right heart via large veins known as the venae cavae. The systemic circulation can also be defined as two parts, a macrocirculation and a microcirculation. An average adult contains 5 to 6 quarts, roughly 4.7 to 5.7 liters, of blood, accounting for approximately 7% of their total body weight. 9. Blood consists of plasma, red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. The digestive system also works with the circulatory system to provide the nutrients the system needs to keep the heart pumping. 10. Further circulatory routes are associated, such as the coronary circulation to the heart itself, the cerebral circulation to the brain, renal circulation to the kidneys, and bronchial circulation to the bronchi in the lungs. The human circulatory system is closed, meaning that the blood is contained within the vascular network. 11. Nutrients travel through tiny blood vessels of the microcirculation to reach organs. 11. The lymphatic system is an essential subsystem of the circulatory system consisting of a network of lymphatic vessels, lymph nodes, organs, tissues, and circulating lymph. This subsystem is an open system. 12. A major function is to carry the lymph, draining and returning interstitial fluid into the lymphatic ducts back to the heart for return to the circulatory system. Another major function is working together with the immune system to provide defense against pathogens. 13. Heart. Main article, Heart. Diagram of the human heart showing blood oxygenation to the pulmonary and systemic circulation. The heart pumps blood to all parts of the body, providing nutrients and oxygen to every cell, and removing waste products. The left heart pumps oxygenated blood returned from the lungs to the rest of the body in the systemic circulation. The right heart pumps deoxygenated blood to the lungs in the pulmonary circulation. In the human heart there is one atrium and one ventricle for each circulation, and with both a systemic and a pulmonary circulation there are 4 chambers in total: left atrium, left ventricle, right atrium and right ventricle. The right atrium is the upper chamber of the right side of the heart. The blood that is returned to the right atrium is deoxygenated, poor in oxygen, and passed into the right ventricle to be pumped through the pulmonary artery to the lungs for reoxygenation and removal of carbon dioxide. The left atrium receives newly oxygenated blood from the lungs as well as the pulmonary vein, which is passed into the strong left ventricle to be pumped through the aorta to the different organs of the body. Pulmonary circulation. Main article, Pulmonary circulation. The pulmonary circulation as it passes from the heart, showing both the pulmonary and bronchial arteries. The pulmonary circulation is the part of the circulatory system in which oxygen-depleted blood is pumped away from the heart, via the pulmonary artery, to the lungs and returned, oxygenated, to the heart via the pulmonary vein. Oxygen-deprived blood from the superior and inferior vena cava enters the right atrium of the heart and flows through the tricuspid valve, right atrioventricular valve, into the right ventricle, from which it is then pumped through the pulmonary semilunar valve into the pulmonary artery to the lungs. Gas exchange occurs in the lungs, whereby CO2 is released from the blood, and oxygen is absorbed. The pulmonary vein returns the now oxygen-rich blood to the left atrium. 10. A separate circuit from the systemic circulation, the bronchial circulation supplies blood to the tissue of the larger airways of the lung. Systemic circulation. Capillary bed. Diagram of capillary network joining the arterial system with the venous system. The systemic circulation is a circuit loop that delivers oxygenated blood from the left heart to the rest of the body through the aorta. Deoxygenated blood is returned in the systemic circulation to the right heart via 2 large veins, the inferior vena cava and superior vena cava, where it is pumped from the right atrium into the pulmonary circulation for oxygenation. The systemic circulation can also be defined as having 2 parts, a macrocirculation and a microcirculation. 10. Blood vessels. The blood vessels of the circulatory system are the arteries, veins, and capillaries. The large arteries and veins that take blood to and away from the heart are known as the great vessels. 14. Arteries. Main article, Artery. See also, Arterial tree. Depiction of the heart, major veins and arteries constructed from body scans. Oxygenated blood enters the systemic circulation when leaving the left ventricle, via the aortic semilunar valve. 15. The first part of the systemic circulation is the aorta, a massive and thick-walled artery. The aorta arches and gives branches supplying the upper part of the body after passing through the aortic opening of the diaphragm at the level of thoracic 10 vertebra. It enters the abdomen. 16. Later, it descends down and supplies branches to abdomen, pelvis, perineum and the lower limbs. 17. The walls of the aorta are elastic. This elasticity helps to maintain the blood pressure throughout the body. 18. When the aorta receives almost 5 liters of blood from the heart, it recoils and is responsible for pulsating blood pressure. As the aorta branches into smaller arteries, their elasticity goes on decreasing and their compliance goes on increasing. 18. Capillaries. Arteries branch into small passages called arterioles and then into the capillaries. 19. The capillaries merge to bring blood into the venous system. 20. Veins. Main article, Vein. Capillaries merge into venules, which merge into veins. 21. The venous system feeds into the 2 major veins, the superior vena cava, which mainly drains tissues above the heart, and the inferior vena cava, which mainly drains tissues below the heart. These two large veins empty into the right atrium of the heart. 22. Portal veins. Main article, portal venous system. The general rule is that arteries from the heart branch out into capillaries, which collect into veins leading back to the heart. Portal veins are a slight exception to this. In humans, the only significant example is the hepatic portal vein, which combines from capillaries around the gastrointestinal tract where the blood absorbs the various products of digestion, rather than leading directly back to the heart. The hepatic portal vein branches into a second capillary system in the liver. Coronary circulation. Main article, coronary circulation. The heart itself is supplied with oxygen and nutrients through a small loop of the systemic circulation and derives very little from the blood contained within the four chambers. The coronary circulation system provides a blood supply to the heart muscle itself. The coronary circulation begins near the origin of the aorta by two coronary arteries, the right coronary artery and the left coronary artery. After nourishing the heart muscle, blood returns through the coronary veins into the coronary sinus and from this one into the right atrium. Backflow of blood through its opening during atrial systole is prevented by the Thebesian valve. The smallest cardiac veins drain directly into the heart chambers. 10. Cerebral circulation. Main article, cerebral circulation. The brain has a dual blood supply, an anterior and a posterior circulation from arteries at its front and back. The anterior circulation arises from the internal carotid arteries to supply the front of the brain. The posterior circulation arises from the vertebral arteries, to supply the back of the brain and brainstem. The circulation from the front and the back join, anastomize, at the circle of Willis. The neurovascular unit, composed of various cells and vasculature channels within the brain, regulates the flow of blood to activated neurons in order to satisfy their high energy demands. 23. Renal circulation. The renal circulation is the blood supply to the kidneys, contains many specialized blood vessels and receives around 20% of the cardiac output. It branches from the abdominal aorta and returns blood to the ascending inferior vena cava. Development. Main articles, heart development, vasculogenesis, vascular remodeling in the embryo, and fetal circulation. The development of the circulatory system starts with vasculogenesis in the embryo. The human arterial and venous systems develop from different areas in the embryo. The arterial system develops mainly from the aortic arches, 6 pairs of arches that develop on the upper part of the embryo. The venous system arises from 3 bilateral veins during weeks 4 to 8 of embryogenesis. Fetal circulation begins within the 8th week of development. Fetal circulation does not include the lungs, which are bypassed via the truncus arteriosus. Before birth, the fetus obtains oxygen and nutrients from the mother through the placenta and the umbilical cord. 24. Arteries. Main article, aortic arches. Animation of a typical human red blood cell cycle in the circulatory system. This animation occurs at a faster rate, 20 seconds of the average 60-second cycle, and shows the red blood cell deforming as it enters capillaries, as well as the bars changing color as the cell alternates in states of oxygenation along the circulatory system. The human arterial system originates from the aortic arches and from the dorsal aortae starting from week 4 of embryonic life. The first and second aortic arches regress and form only the maxillary arteries and stapedial arteries respectively. The arterial system itself arises from aortic arches 3, 4 and 6, aortic arch 5 completely regresses. The dorsal aortae, present on the dorsal side of the embryo, are initially present on both sides of the embryo. They later fuse to form the basis for the aorta itself. Approximately 30 smaller arteries branch from this at the back and sides. These branches form the intercostal arteries, arteries of the arms and legs, lumbar arteries and the lateral sacral arteries. Branches to the sides of the aorta will form the definitive renal, suprarenal and gonadal arteries. Finally, branches at the front of the aorta consist of the vitelline arteries and umbilical arteries. The vitelline arteries form the celiac, superior and inferior mesenteric arteries of the gastrointestinal tract. After birth, the umbilical arteries will form the internal iliac arteries. Veins. Further information, vasculogenesis. The human venous system develops mainly from the vitelline veins, the umbilical veins and the cardinal veins, all of which empty into the sinus venosus. Function. Main article, blood oxygen transport. About 98.5% of the oxygen in a sample of arterial blood in a healthy human, breathing air at sea level pressure, is chemically combined with hemoglobin molecules. About 1.5% is physically dissolved in the other blood liquids and not connected to hemoglobin. The hemoglobin molecule is the primary transporter of oxygen in vertebrates. Clinical significance. Further information, list of circulatory system conditions. Many diseases affect the circulatory system. These include a number of cardiovascular diseases, affecting the heart and blood vessels, hematologic diseases that affect the blood, such as anemia, and lymphatic diseases affecting the lymphatic system. Cardiologists are medical professionals which specialize in the heart, and cardiothoracic surgeons specialize in operating on the heart and its surrounding areas. Vascular surgeons focus on the blood vessels. Cardiovascular disease. Main article, cardiovascular disease. Diseases affecting the cardiovascular system are called cardiovascular disease. Many of these diseases are called lifestyle diseases because they develop over time and are related to a person's exercise habits, diet, whether they smoke, and other lifestyle choices a person makes. Atherosclerosis is the precursor to many of these diseases. It is where small atheromatous plaques build up in the walls of medium and large arteries. This may eventually grow or rupture to occlude the arteries. It is also a risk factor for acute coronary syndromes, which are diseases that are characterized by a sudden deficit of oxygenated blood to the heart tissue. Atherosclerosis is also associated with problems such as aneurysm formation or splitting, dissection, of arteries. Another major cardiovascular disease involves the creation of a clot, called a thrombus. These can originate in veins or arteries. Deep venous thrombosis, which mostly occurs in the legs, is one cause of clots in the veins of the legs, particularly when a person has been stationary for a long time. These clots may embolize, meaning travel to another location in the body. The results of this may include pulmonary embolus, transient ischemic attacks, or stroke. Cardiovascular diseases may also be congenital in nature, such as heart defects or persistent fetal circulation, where the circulatory changes that are supposed to happen after birth do not. Not all congenital changes to the circulatory system are associated with diseases, a large number are anatomical variations. Investigations. Magnetic resonance angiography of aberrant subclavian artery. The function and health of the circulatory system and its parts are measured in a variety of manual and automated ways. These include simple methods such as those that are part of the cardiovascular examination, including the taking of a person's pulse as an indicator of a person's heart rate, the taking of blood pressure through a sphygmomanometer or the use of a stethoscope to listen to the heart for murmurs which may indicate problems with the heart's valves. An electrocardiogram can also be used to evaluate the way in which electricity is conducted through the heart. Other more invasive means can also be used. A cannula or catheter inserted into an artery may be used to measure pulse pressure or pulmonary wedge pressures. Angiography, which involves injecting a dye into an artery to visualize an arterial tree, can be used in the heart, coronary angiography, or brain. At the same time as the arteries are visualized, blockages or narrowings may be fixed through the insertion of stents, and active bleeds may be managed by the insertion of coils. An MRI may be used to image arteries, called an MRI angiogram. For evaluation of the blood supply to the lungs, a CT pulmonary angiogram may be used. Vascular ultrasonography may be used to investigate vascular diseases affecting the venous system and the arterial system, including the diagnosis of stenosis, thrombosis, or venous insufficiency. An intravascular ultrasound using a catheter is also an option. Surgery. Icon. This section needs expansion. You can help by adding to it. March 2015. Further information, vascular surgery and vascular bypass. There are a number of surgical procedures performed on the circulatory system. Coronary artery bypass surgery. Coronary stent used in angioplasty. Vascular surgery. Vein stripping. Cosmetic procedures. Cardiovascular procedures are more likely to be performed in an inpatient setting than in an ambulatory care setting. In the United States, only 28% of cardiovascular surgeries were performed in the ambulatory care setting. 25. Other animals. The open circulatory system of the grasshopper, made up of a heart, vessels, and hemolymph. The hemolymph is pumped through the heart, into the aorta, dispersed into the head and throughout the hemocoel, then back through the ostia in the heart, and the process repeated. While humans, as well as other vertebrates, have a closed blood circulatory system, meaning that the blood never leaves the network of arteries, veins and capillaries, some invertebrate groups have an open circulatory system containing a heart but limited blood vessels. The most primitive, diploblastic animal phyla lack circulatory systems. An additional transport system, the lymphatic system, which is only found in animals with a closed blood circulation, is an open system providing an accessory route for excess interstitial fluid to be returned to the blood. 5. The blood vascular system first appeared probably in an ancestor of the triploblasts over 600 million years ago, overcoming the time-distance constraints of diffusion, while endothelium evolved in an ancestral vertebrate some 540 to 510 million years ago. 26. Open circulatory system. See also, hemolymph. In arthropods, the open circulatory system is a system in which a fluid in a cavity called the hemocoel bathes the organs directly with oxygen and nutrients, with there being no distinction between blood and interstitial fluid. This combined fluid is called hemolymph or hemolymph. 27. Muscular movements by the animal during locomotion can facilitate hemolymph movement, but diverting flow from one area to another is limited. When the heart relaxes, blood is drawn back toward the heart through open-ended pores, ostia. Hemolymph fills all of the interior hemocoel of the body and surrounds all cells. Hemolymph is composed of water, inorganic salts, mostly sodium, chloride, potassium, magnesium, and calcium, and organic compounds, mostly carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. The primary oxygen transporter molecule is hemocyanin. There are free-floating cells, the hemocytes, within the hemolymph. They play a role in the arthropod immune system. Flatworms, such as the Pseudoceros bifurcus, lack specialized circulatory organs. Closed circulatory system. Two-chambered heart of a fish. The circulatory systems of all vertebrates, as well as of annelids, for example, earthworms, and cephalopods, squids, octopuses and relatives, always keep their circulating blood enclosed within heart chambers or blood vessels and are classified as closed, just as in humans. Still, the systems of fish, amphibians, reptiles, and birds show various stages of the evolution of the circulatory system. 28. Closed systems permit blood to be directed to the organs that require it. In fish, the system has only one circuit, with the blood being pumped through the capillaries of the gills and onto the capillaries of the body tissues. This is known as single-cycle circulation. The heart of fish is, therefore, only a single pump, consisting of two chambers. In amphibians and most reptiles, a double circulatory system is used, but the heart is not always completely separated into two pumps. Amphibians have a three-chambered heart. In reptiles, the ventricular septum of the heart is incomplete and the pulmonary artery is equipped with a sphincter muscle. This allows a second possible route of blood flow. Instead of blood flowing through the pulmonary artery to the lungs, the sphincter may be contracted to divert this blood flow through the incomplete ventricular septum into the left ventricle and out through the aorta. This means the blood flows from the capillaries to the heart and back to the capillaries instead of to the lungs. This process is useful to ectothermic, cold-blooded, animals in the regulation of their body temperature. Mammals, birds and crocodilians show complete separation of the heart into two pumps, for a total of 4 heart chambers. It is thought that the 4-chambered heart of birds and crocodilians evolved independently from that of mammals. 29. Double circulatory systems permit blood to be repressurized after returning from the lungs, speeding up delivery of oxygen to tissues. No circulatory system. Circulatory systems are absent in some animals, including flatworms. Their body cavity has no lining or enclosed fluid. Instead, a muscular pharynx leads to an extensively branched digestive system that facilitates direct diffusion of nutrients to all cells. The flatworm's dorsoventrally flattened body shape also restricts the distance of any cell from the digestive system or the exterior of the organism. Oxygen can diffuse from the surrounding water into the cells, and carbon dioxide can diffuse out. Consequently, every cell is able to obtain nutrients, water and oxygen without the need of a transport system. Some animals, such as jellyfish, have more extensive branching from their gastrovascular cavity, which functions as both a place of digestion and a form of circulation. This branching allows for bodily fluids to reach the outer layers, since the digestion begins in the inner layers. History. Human anatomical chart of blood vessels, with heart, lungs, liver and kidneys included. Other organs are numbered and arranged around it. Before cutting out the figures on this page, Vesalius suggests that readers glue the page onto parchment and gives instructions on how to assemble the pieces and paste the multilayered figure onto a base muscle man illustration. Epitome, Folios 14a. HMD Collection, WZ240V 575 DHZ 1543. The earliest known writings on the circulatory system are found in the Ebers Papyrus, 16th century BCE, an ancient Egyptian medical papyrus containing over 700 prescriptions and remedies, both physical and spiritual. In the papyrus, it acknowledges the connection of the heart to the arteries. The Egyptians thought air came in through the mouth and into the lungs and heart. From the heart, the air traveled to every member through the arteries. Although this concept of the circulatory system is only partially correct, it represents one of the earliest accounts of scientific thought. In the 6th century BCE, the knowledge of circulation of vital fluids through the body was known to the Ayurvedic physician Sushruta in ancient India. 30. He also seems to have possessed knowledge of the arteries, described as channels by Dvivedi and Dvivedi, 2007. 30. The valves of the heart were discovered by a physician of the Hippocratean school around the 4th century BCE. However, their function was not properly understood then. Because blood pools in the veins after death, arteries look empty. Ancient anatomists assumed they were filled with air and that they were for the transport of air. The Greek physician, Herophilus, distinguished veins from arteries but thought that the pulse was a property of arteries themselves. Greek anatomist Erasistratus observed that arteries that were cut during life bleed. He ascribed the fact to the phenomenon that air escaping from an artery is replaced with blood that enters between veins and arteries by very small vessels. Thus he apparently postulated capillaries but with reversed flow of blood, citation needed. In 2nd century AD Rome, the Greek physician Galen knew that blood vessels carried blood and identified venous, dark red, and arterial, brighter and thinner, blood, each with distinct and separate functions. Growth and energy were derived from venous blood created in the liver from chyle, while arterial blood gave vitality by containing pneuma, air, and originated in the heart. Blood flowed from both creating organs to all parts of the body where it was consumed and there was no return of blood to the heart or liver. The heart did not pump blood around, the heart's motion sucked blood in during diastole and the blood moved by the pulsation of the arteries themselves. Galen believed that the arterial blood was created by venous blood passing from the left ventricle to the right by passing through pores in the interventricular septum, air passed from the lungs via the pulmonary artery to the left side of the heart. As the arterial blood was created, sooty vapors were created and passed to the lungs also via the pulmonary artery to be exhaled. In 1025, the canon of medicine by the Persian physician, Avicenna, erroneously accepted the Greek notion regarding the existence of a hole in the ventricular septum by which the blood traveled between the ventricles. Despite this, Avicenna correctly wrote on the cardiac cycles and valvular function, and had a vision of blood circulation in his treatise on pulse. 31. Verification needed. While also refining Galen's erroneous theory of the pulse, Avicenna provided the first correct explanation of pulsation. Every beat of the pulse comprises 2 movements and 2 pauses. Thus, expansion, pause, contraction, pause. The pulse is a movement in the heart and arteries, which takes the form of alternate expansion and contraction. 32. In 1242, the Arabian physician, Ibn al-Nafis described the process of pulmonary circulation in greater, more accurate detail than his predecessors, though he believed, as they did, in the notion of vital spirit, pneuma, which he believed was formed in the left ventricle. Ibn al-Nafis stated in his commentary on anatomy in Avicenna's canon, "The blood from the right chamber of the heart must arrive at the left chamber, but there is no direct pathway between them. The thick septum of the heart is not perforated and does not have visible pores as some people thought or invisible pores as Galen thought. The blood from the right chamber must flow through the vena arteriosa, pulmonary artery, to the lungs, spread through its substances, be mingled there with air, pass through the arteria venosa, pulmonary vein, to reach the left chamber of the heart and there form the vital spirit." In addition, Ibn al-Nafis had an insight into what would become a larger theory of the capillary circulation. He stated that there must be small communications or pores, manafid in Arabic, between the pulmonary artery and vein, a prediction that preceded the discovery of the capillary system by more than 400 years. 33. Ibn al-Nafis' theory, however, was confined to blood transit in the lungs and did not extend to the entire body. Michael Servetus was the first European to describe the function of pulmonary circulation, although his achievement was not widely recognized at the time, for a few reasons. He firstly described it in the manuscript of Paris, 34-35, near 1546, but this work was never published. And later he published this description, but in a theological treatise, Christianismi Restitutio, not in a book on medicine. Only 3 copies of the book survived, but these remained hidden for decades. The rest were burned shortly after its publication in 1553 because of persecution of Servetus by religious authorities. A better-known discovery of pulmonary circulation was by Vesalius's successor at Padua, Rialdo Colombo, in 1559. Image of veins from William Harvey's Exercitatio Anatomica de Motu Cordis et Sanguinis in Animalibus, 1628. Finally, the English physician William Harvey, a pupil of Hieronymus Fabricius, who had earlier described the valves of the veins without recognizing their function, performed a sequence of experiments and published his Exercitatio Anatomica de Motu Cordis et Sanguinis in Animalibus in 1628, which demonstrated that there had to be a direct connection between the venous and arterial systems throughout the body, and not just the lungs. Most importantly, he argued that the beat of the heart produced a continuous circulation of blood through minute connections at the extremities of the body. This is a conceptual leap that was quite different from Ibn al-Nafi's refinement of the anatomy and blood flow in the heart and lungs. 36. This work, with its essentially correct exposition, slowly convinced the medical world. However, Harvey was not able to identify the capillary system connecting arteries and veins. These were later discovered by Marcello Malpighi in 1661. In 1956, André Frederic Cournand, Werner Forssmann and Dickinson W. Richards were awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine for their discoveries concerning heart catheterization and pathological changes in the circulatory system. 37. In his Nobel lecture, Forssmann credits Harvey as birthing cardiology with the publication of his book in 1628-38. In the 1970s, Diana McSherry developed computer-based systems to create images of the circulatory system and heart without the need for surgery. 39. See also: cardiology, branch of medicine dealing with the heart; cardiovascular drift, medical condition; cardiac cycle, performance of the human heart; vital heat; cardiac muscle, muscular tissue of heart invertebrates; major systems of the human body, entire structure of a human being. Amado Lusitano, Portuguese physician, 1511 to 1568. Vascular resistance, force from blood vessels that affects blood flow.